Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Campaign 2.
Yeah.
We have some new players, so we're going to take a second, introduce everyone, and before we jump into our announcements and whatnot, we're going to start over here to my left with Damien.
Hello. My name is Damien Gerard, and I am very, very happy to be here. I'm an actor and all sorts of other loveliness, and that's it.
We'll go down to Christy.
Hi, I'm Christy Deutsch, and I'm a science nerd, and pretty much all-around nerd. Love playing D&D, and I'm super excited to be on the stream.
Anthony, you're up next.
Hi, my name's Anthony from the Pittsburgh area. This is second campaign. I jumped out of the first one, so I'm happy to be back for the second one and super excited to play a new character.
Jake.
Howdy, welcome back. I'm happy to be here. My name is Jake, and I am a fellow science co-conspirator with Christy over there. And happy to be back on the stream. Happy to be back in a campaign. Happy to kiss the DM's ass. Because that's how it goes. All across the nation.
All right, Ariel.
Hey guys, I'm Ariel, new player. Really excited to be here. I'm a filmmaker based in LA. And yeah, I'm ready to roll some 1s and 20s.
And last but definitely not least, Mickey.
Hey, it's Mickey. I don't plan on sucking any ass or kissing it or whatever. Kissing. Doing no ass play at all. Despite being dressed as a priest, no ass play.
And so it begins.
So here we go.
Long.
We thought it was Kias. It wasn't Kias. It was Mickey the whole time.
Hold on. I feel I was set up. All right. This time, much more serious character in Campaign 2. So
I'm excited.
I'm excited for everybody to see the Campaign 2 characters that we've all put together.
Oh, I'm excited to meet them.
To my left, Josh. Who's Josh?
Hi, everyone. I'm Josh, the DM here. Was from the Pittsburgh area. Recently moved a little north of there, but
Still Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I guess so. I've been playing and DMing for almost 30 years, despite only being 35, and we're just here to see what kind of shenanigans these guys can get into. So we have it's only really one announcement so far. We're gonna pass that off to Christy before we jump in.
Stretch.
Hi, I just want to talk about Dice Tower Dungeons and this beautiful fairy dice tower.
Yes.
Yeah, check it out. It's got this rainbow filament, and it's even kind of shiny. I don't have the best light for it, but there's a nice shine on it. Check it out at dicetowerdungeons.com. They are a proud supporter of Botched Rolls.
Links in the chat, so go check them out. They have fantastic stuff.
And jewelry, if you want some.
They also have jewelry, earrings, dice jewelry, earrings and necklaces and bracelets. Not so much on the rings. Dice are really hard to make into rings. But yeah, check it out. Next week on their website, they're going to have this brand new model that has it's a ghost ship. It's 18 inches long. It's a dice tower and a dice vault built in. It's amazing. You can even check it out right now on their TikTok, on Dice Tower Dungeons on TikTok.
Go check that out. I mean, that sounds awesome.
How did no one hype up the DM screens? Because those are like the coolest thing ever.
Those DM screens.
Yeah, they do have a couple of DM screens too, but those take like a week to print, so it's a little bit more problematic. If you want one, definitely reach out. They're happy to print one for you, but they don't keep them in stock because they take up a lot of room.
Nice.
They're just that massive.
Massive DM screen. I feel like I could use one and just hide from the players.
We'd like to see your beard.
I almost chopped it off, surprisingly.
I feel like you've trimmed it.
I have.
Yeah.
It was getting into homeless territory.
That's rugged Viking territory.
This is, but I was into like scraggly, not holding together. Like, yeah, I was in homeless territory.
Right now, I'm calling it soup sponge territory.
I had seen it. It was pretty bad.
Yeah. Also, Jackie was like, "You can't have this anymore, or you wake up and I'll just cut a chunk out." So,
Ooh, or she'll be gone.
yeah. So, we're gonna jump into the campaign.
Go.
It has been 100 years since the last campaign took place. Silverguard has been destroyed. The wilderness is encroaching on the once vastly civilized lands. Monsters that have not been seen in hundreds of years are returning. Life is hard. Life is dark. The age of adventurers has passed. And this new group is to see if they can change that. So,
I was waiting for it, or has it?
Or has it?
We'll find out. So everyone last night had found a place to rest in the woods. And I need everyone to roll me a con check. See who wakes up first.
Ba, ba, ba.
6.
I guess I could have just rolled the actual con check, but
So I rolled a 20.
That is a 21 for me, good sir.
So we have a 21. Is that a natural 20?
19 plus 2.
Christy, was that a natural con check? Or a natural 20 or just a unnatural 20?
17 plus 3.
Okay. All right.
I received an update from Windows reloading.
I rolled a Windows update. Wow.
It's booting up with an update.
So
33%.
Windows is really the greatest operating system of all time.
Yeah. After 3 hours, did you wake up yet? No. 21%. Almost there.
all right, Anthony, you're up first. As you awaken, you can smell a familiar smell of fungus. Although this one's
best smell in the world.
This one's a little weird. You hear Tweeter chirping on your shoulder. As you open your eyes, it takes a second for your eyes to adjust to the darkness, which they do quickly. You notice that you're in a cell, 10 foot by 5 foot. You very distinctly remember going to sleep under a tree, and yet you waken in this cell. Looking around, you see cells on either side. A small room. You see a few other people passed out in cells, some looking better than others. What would you like to do?
I'd like to point out that 10 by 5 barely holds my frame.
Mm-hmm. You're like up against the wall, not like laying sprawled out, but like kind of look. You feel like you've been dragged and just sat in the corner.
Tweeter's still on my shoulder, or I just hear him out?
Tweeters is on your shoulder.
Okay.
And
is there a window?
No. You realize you have none of your weapons.
I'd like to say that I stand. I guess I try to stand up.
You have room to stand up.
Okay. I stand up, and how wide are the bars? Like, can I stick my head out and look around?
Not wide enough you can get your head out, but wide enough that you can see through. Probably 8 inches apart.
I kind of just like peek then, and just, hello. This is not where I went to bed. Hello. Any response?
Christy, you are awakened by this calling. You are a few cells down.
Hello.
And I'm also assuming that I went to sleep under a tree.
Somewhere.
And now I'm in a cell.
Somewhere other than here.
Hello? What? How did we get here?
Huh.
This
Don't
is
know.
who are you?
My name is Fargus.
You want
Fargus,
to describe yourself, Fargus?
I like to Christy or just describe. Do you want me to just describe Fargus because she technically can't see me right now?
You can see through the cell bars to each other.
Oh, I'm thinking that she's like down on the same row as me, and we're just
Yeah, but they're instead of walls, it's like bars down through the middle.
Oh, gotcha. I was picturing walls. So in front of you, you see like an 8-foot tall fearbog, just covered in mushrooms and plant life, and like this janky leather armor. And there's a small red finch sitting on his shoulder, just tweeting in his ear. I'm assuming at this point rather panicked, or at least just very confused. I fell asleep under a tree and I woke up here, and that is all I know.
that's strange. So, my name is Oriki Goatheart. You can call me Goatheart. And you see standing in front of you a woman that is quite large boned, about 7.5 foot tall. So you're looking almost eye to eye to her, with kind of dark mottled skin, black hair, long braid. She's a Goliath, and she looks rather muscled, not wearing any armor, but just kind of wearing basic clothes. She doesn't really care about her appearance, just that she's clean and clothed. Yeah, I too fell asleep outside, and not in here. I want out. This is not good.
Someone has an interest in us being here. Do we see anybody else in the cells? Like as we look around, if it's open bars.
Yes, you actually see five other people in the cells.
I like look at Tweeter on my shoulder, and I just like just little friend, could you awaken the others? Just see if he goes and pecks at him.
Okay. Sending Tweeter around. The first person he would go to would be 2 cells down. There's what appears to be a body in every cell, but upon Tweeter's inspection, some of them are unrousable. So 2 cells down. Ariel, you awaken to a bird, kind of chirping and pecking on you.
I try to get it off, like, oh, what is this? What is this? Assuming I also woke up here sleeping in a different place.
Yes. No one went to sleep here. I'll just say that now.
Okay. So I try to take it out and like, what is this? What is this? Ugh. And I realize where I am. I'm like, what? Hello? Hello?
Oh, hello there. The first couple didn't wake up.
What is this place?
Is he next to me?
He is on the other side. Like there's a space, and then so there's you, Oriki, a space, Fargus, a space, Arvad. Would you like to describe your character?
Yeah, when you guys see, you first notice these big horns in the head of this tiefling, with sort of like a gray, reddish skin, white eyes with like really small pupils, and sort of like always trying to hide his face. I have no armor, but regular clothes, all dirty clothes. And you see that in the back, I'm carrying in a leather strap an accordion, a really beautiful accordion that also has 2 horns from the sides.
We we also don't know where we are. I assume you're not. Well, you're as confused as we are, so I assume you didn't start here.
No, I didn't. And I'm waking up. I try to walk towards like the bars and start checking out hello, like louder, see if maybe a guard or something can hear us.
You take stock that you don't see any guards. You do see across from you, being roused by a combination of your yelling and a small bird kind of landing and hopping around. Mickey, would you like to describe your character?
Yeah, sure. He is slightly tanned human, like 5 o'clock shadow, maybe a little more. Kind of beard starting to come in, really starting to show. About late 20s male, and is very clearly dressed as a clergyman. The black pants, black button down, the white collar, nice leather jacket, and or I guess leather. We'll go leather. But like a duster, and like a red vial, kind of looks like like a healing potion on his hip. Very, very unassuming man. That I guess would be awakened not knowing where he is, and would probably, my brothers and sisters, what is this travesty that has befallen us? This is not where I laid my head for the evening. Who? I demand to know who has done this.
Oh God!
You silencing me.
I look over at the Goliath. Why does he yell?
I don't know. Maybe it's a human thing?
Yeah.
Can I roll perception to see if he's human?
Yes. You sure
No, he's a
can.
priest.
I'm compensating for something.
I mean, those humans are
Please
weird.
be good. Get on there. 28, natural 20.
He appears to be human.
Fuck.
Definitely human.
Just a guy.
All right, hearing this yelling,
Man.
Jake and Damien, you guys both wake up. Jake, I'm going to give you a chance to describe your character first, and then I'll have Damien, you do yours.
Activating. I look around, warforged, with a chrome face and steel body. I look around. Damn it, not again. I look over around me and see the other people in the room. Okay, how many centuries have I been out this time?
Well, that depends. When did you go to sleep?
I don't know. Last time I fell asleep, I was out for about 1,000 years. Woke up in some place called Pudmit, hit the road, and then I'm here now.
What's the last thing you remember?
Stood watch by a tree. Went to sentry mode.
It seems like we all have this tree thing in common.
We all fell asleep and are now here. So it could have been 1 or 1,000 years. I don't know. For me, it was 1. For you, it could be longer.
All right, Damon, would you like to describe your character as he wakes up as well?
Yeah. In this dark and gloom, he looks a little bit like a dark elf, maybe, or a half drow or something like that. Wearing dark-colored studded leather armor, obviously no weapons. Has a flattened Mohican on his head. Apart from that, it's all shaved back. Red eyes, which kind of ever so slightly glint a little bit if the light catches them. Quite thin, quite tall, quite lithe. And he stands up. Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Would somebody mind telling me exactly where we are? Thank you.
Looks like a prison of some sort.
Hey, Cavalian, haven't seen you in a few years.
I recognize that voice.
Goatheart.
Oh, they caught you as well. That's surprising. Does anyone know exactly what happened?
We are all trying to figure it out.
Very
No. Yeah, we all just woke up here. I just woke up a few minutes ago. And then that guy over there started yelling some weird things. I don't know.
Yes, last thing I remember was going to sleep. I was outside in the woods. I'm assuming that's the same thing that happened to the rest of you. Is that correct?
Just about.
Just about.
Yes.
We don't know about this robo type of person though. He might have been sleep for more time.
You don't see many
Actually,
of
that
those
person
around.
is an abomination.
I'm not an abomination, for starters. And you, Cavelian, you look familiar. You've been down at Pudmit?
Especially because I haven't even mentioned my name. Yes.
That
I did.
other woman, the tall one, mentioned your name. But you look familiar.
Yes, you look familiar to me as well. You're a medic, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Model 3, designation 1000.
Yes. Yes, we've crossed paths in the past, I think.
Yeah, you bailed on Pudmit. I had to clean up the mess.
Oh, is that how your bosses told you? Well, of course, they're going to lie to the rank and file, aren't they?
Yeah, well, what else is new?
Yes. The life of the military. I'm so sorry. They treat you like dirt. They lie to you to your face, yet you're the ones that are supposed to die for them. Such a lonely, lonely life. I feel
I don't
sorry.
die. I don't die. I'm built too tough for that.
Right.
Anyways,
All of this is
My brother,
very
when-
interesting. I was going to Pudmit for a mushroom.
don't you think you've got enough mushrooms? As Medic looks you over.
Not the one I'm looking for.
Is
You're
it
looking for a
I do
specific
have
mushroom.
many mushrooms.
How exciting.
I personally think so, yes.
Excellent.
Well, why don't we try to get out of here? Have and I look over at the Furbolg. What was your name again? I don't remember.
Fargus.
Fargus.
Yes, that is what most call me.
Have you tried to get out of here yet? It seemed like you were the first to wake.
No. You woke right after me, and that gentleman over there started yelling about brothers and sisters. He may have
We
been
are
separated
brothers
from
and
his family.
sisters.
Were you, sir? Were
We
you
are a
separated?
community of this world, my brother.
Were you separated from your family, or
Apparently, we're all separated from someone.
Well, let's try to get out of here,
Yes.
shall we?
And I just
We-
mother like, oh, a fanatic.
Josh? What are the walls like? Is it just stone?
So,
And is there
Roll a
anything
perception
in
check.
ourselves?
Orvad and Fargus.
28 doesn't count.
Not for that.
Come on, tilt.
What time of day are we talking? Like low light? Like
You see
Still
two
before
torches
sunrise.
flickering, one on either wall. No windows. Dank, dark, earthy smell in here.
Is there a door, or is this just like brick? I had a 15, by the way.
Arvad, roll a perception check as well to see what's in your cell. On one side, you see a door, what appears to be a heavy wooden door with a small slit with bars in it. You see very faint flickers of torchlight coming through that, but it otherwise looks dark. On one side, the rest of the room, it looks like heavy stone that the bars are set deep into, and it looks like they partitioned the cells. The room is a rectangle, and they partitioned the cells with just the bars. So it's just bars down either side, and then in front would be a door.
each cell have their own door, or is it just solid bars?
No, it's each cell has its own door. 5 cells down either side.
I rolled an 18.
In your cell, you see what looks like the remnants of some kind of what used to be stool, but has since degraded between decomposing and just being broken. You also see what looks like a pile of straw that has been put into each one that is kind of soggy and has looked like it's been there for too long. Otherwise, the cells are empty.
If I have a look around my cell, can I find anything?
You find the same thing searching your cell. The only thing that you all do notice is that while you were left with most of your personal items, they have taken all of your weapons.
Huh. Versatility of your organic meat bag seems limited. I cast Spiritual Weapon at level 1, and I'm going to start banging on the lock of my door.
Okay. What is your spiritual weapon?
It's a giant textbook.
Okay.
It is... Oh, shoot, I had this looked up. It is titled Partial Differential Equations.
Roll me an attack roll with your spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Net 20!
You smash this textbook off the door. You can hear the door clang, but the lock remains pretty solid.
Damn it.
I would like to try something funny.
Okay.
I would like to use my Blessing of the Raven Queen and just teleport outside of the cell.
Okay. So you're just appearing into the 5-foot hallway that runs down through both? Is it
Yeah,
okay.
Providing there's nobody in that hallway, like no bad guys or anything.
No, the room is empty other than you that has been captured. So you watch as Mr. Cavelian kind of disappears in like a black smoke and reappears kind of spiraling up into that spot. You see he remains kind of smoky for a few seconds after he's landed. And as that dissipates, you can see him kind of coalesce.
I'll turn to Medic and say, yes, and your primitive attempts at bashing the bars is, well, somewhat lacking, but that's okay. We all have our crosses to bear.
Noted.
Josh, what's the plant life look like on the walls?
You
Is there mosses,
you
funguses?
see some small moss growing on the things, but otherwise nothing.
If that moss were to get like really big all of a sudden, would it dislodge any bricks?
No.
Damn.
No, the tensile strength of the moss would just force it out, press you against the bars, and probably suffocate you.
So I look at him teleported out of his cell, and I'm like, that is a good idea. So I'll cast Gaseous Form.
Okay.
Just turn into a cloud.
Just float through the bars.
Little puff, just float through the bars. I'm actually gonna go as far as to go outside, like move slowly and like keep, perceive. But I'm gonna go out of the bars and I actually want to go through the bars of the door at the end of the hallway.
Okay. As the rest of you see Fargus begin to so his body's surrounded by a mist before you see him almost disappear into it. You see him float out and this mist kind of begin to pour as if it's climbing and pouring through that slot in the door that's about at eye level. When you get to the other side, you see a dark hallway, about 10 feet wide, about 15 feet, and on the other side is a solid wooden door that is closed.
Is there a keyhole?
No.
Is there a crack?
No.
Is it watertight?
Pretty close.
Why do you make these things so hard? I have literally fumes. I look around. What do I see? Keys? Do I?
You don't see
Question
break
I'm
your
always
things.
asking. Door watertight.
Submarine door.
Watertight.
Yes, they have these peoples with the iron bars, but somehow if this entire prison was underwater, it'd be fine.
Makes
No,
sense.
in this hallway, you do see a slouched about halfway down the hall, a human that looks as though he's emaciated. His eyes are sunken in. You can see like his cheekbones. Almost looked as though he is kind of dehydrated at the middle of the hall. He is in what looks like rusted old like scale armor. The insignia that would have been on his cloak is kind of like rotted. The cloak is kind of coming apart.
Alive though?
Nope. Not that you can tell anyway from here.
I mean, I get closer and I just waft on over there.
No, he is immoving.
Okay. I sort of like waft on back. No. Is there a door handle, keys, anything like that?
On him, you don't see anything really of use. The door that you went through the first time, you do see a small keyhole, as well as like a latch turning handle. On the other one, you see what looks like a nailed in door knocker style handle. So just like a plate that's been screwed in with a big ring on it that you would pull. Looking at the door, you can see scratches along the ceiling and the walls as though the door like slides shut.
Okay. I'm gonna stay as a little gas cloud out in the hall and let other people do stuff and react to that.
Okay.
Just I'm floating around for a couple of minutes and I'll see what everybody else does and go from there.
Okay.
I don't think I can pop in and out of this at will.
I don't think so either.
Concentration up to an hour, but I don't think you can come in and out of it.
No, you're either in it or you're out.
Yeah.
You're gonna be flying like as a cloud for a while.
Well, I took a shot because it says can go through cracks as if a liquid, which is why I asked if it was watertight. So
we are. So Mr. Cavilian is outside in our room, but Fargus just went to a different room, right?
Yes, you did watch him as he floated right past you and out the door.
That was kind of a cool trick. I wonder if I can learn that.
Yeah, I wish I had some tricks. And I say to Mr. Cavilian, would you mind looking for the keys? I have somewhere to be, and I cannot be losing time here. I'll give you some gold.
It's okay. I don't need the gold. Yeah, it was my intention to try and find my equipment or a key or something, so I shall endeavor to do that. And yeah, I'm going to look around for either my equipment, which has got my thieves' tools in it, or...
You have your thieves' tools. You just don't have your weapons.
Okay.
You have everything but your any weapons that you had.
Then I'm going to go to Goatheart's cell first, and because I know her, and then see if I can open her cell.
Roll me a what is that? Sleight of hand check.
Oh God. No.
You're out of practice, and Riki, you watch as Mr. Cavalian takes his thieves' tools and begins to work in the lock before you almost see him fumble and drop one of his tumble rigs.
It's been a while since you've picked a lock, my friend.
Yes,
Maybe I can just bend these bars, can I just try to muscle my way through them?
How are you trying to muscle your way through them? You just trying to like pull them apart?
Pull them apart, or push one, or because I'm kind of a beefy gal.
Okay. Roll me a strength check.
Maybe an athletics check?
Yeah, give me... Sure, go ahead with athletics.
Yeah, I only did slightly better than he did with his lockpicks.
You press and pull and push, and the door seems to be made pretty solid. You can hear it rattle, the hinges rattle a little bit, and the lock rattle, but other than that, you don't do any real damage to the door.
Okay.
Medic, what are you doing while this is going on?
Do I spot that dark elf looking guy that he had his lockpicks?
Yes.
Hey, you. And I point at dark elf. Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Hand me those lockpicks. Mind if I borrow them?
Yes, I do.
Well then, I can get myself and others out if you lend them to me. All right then. I'm gonna spend my next turn bashing at the lock in front of me.
Roll another attack, I guess. While Medic is his spiritual weapon is bashing the bars. Brother Mori, what are you doing?
My elf brother, do not trust that bloodless abomination with your tools. You are clearly blessed with the divinity within you. I have seen your magic. Come to my door. Let me guide you. I can show you how to open this lock with your inner magic.
I mean, I'll go over there and I'll use my lockpicks, which I have here. I have a set of lockpicks, and I will go over to the gate and try and open his gate.
And I will reach through and I will touch him ever so gently just to give him a bit of guidance.
What does that add to his roll?
To open, it's a D4.
All right, so make your sleight of hand check with add your D4.
Well, I got a natch on the roll, so I don't even need the D4. So yeah.
My brother, I told you had the divinity within you.
As you Brother Mori, as you lay your hand on Mr. Cavelian, you see him kind of look up at you as he turns, and you hear the lock pop and the door swing open ever so slightly.
I knew you had what it takes, my brother. I can see you are divine within your being.
Yes.
You have the undying blood flowing through your veins. My name is Brother Mori. How may I address you, my friend?
My name is Cavelian.
Brother Cavelian, I appreciate you for getting me out of this prison that I was unjustly put in.
Let's try and get the others out, shall we? Including the toaster over there.
Maybe we save the toaster for last.
Very well.
Having figured out the setup of this lock, popping the other three in whatever order you decide is not any issue at this point. You've kind of figured out how that particular lock works, and finding the point to get it to open is very easy.
It'll be Arvad next, purely because that's a new lock. Then I want to go back to Goatheart now that I've got the experience of the other few locks to try on hers, and then I will get the medic out.
Okay.
Well, thank you there.
Thank you so much, Cavelian.
Yes, of course.
My eyes just flare brightly green, but that's about it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Think nothing of it.
Is that how bloodless ones communicate?
I have no idea. He doesn't like me. We were on opposing sides in a little scuffle a couple of years back.
We are all on the same side. My brothers, we are all a community of one. We do not need to quarrel.
I'll look over at the medic. Well, hopefully that remains to be seen, but I'd like to think so.
Depends if he walks away from the lines again.
Oh, geez.
I didn't walk away in the first place.
Let's just focus on getting out of here, please.
Yes, let's.
So
I hear them. Yep, go ahead.
I'm going to walk over to the door that our other friend floated his mist form through and see if it's locked.
You reach down and turn the latch and roll me a strength check.
That's a 19.
As you push, you can feel some resistance as though it's locked, but just with your natural strength, you manage to push past and you feel something snap, and you see the latch kind of go limp and the door swing open.
Guess it wasn't locked.
My, you are one strong woman.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. And I throw a gold at Mr. Cavillion, even if he didn't want it.
Vargas, we can't hear you.
You're muted, Vargas.
Sorry. Well, I mean, gaseous form, I can't speak anyway. I just float back and forth. Just like to show excitement. I'm on the other side of the door.
As you open the door, Goatheart, as you were the closest to it, you see a dark hallway, about as dark as the room you were in, lit just enough for you to see this body slouched against the floor, emaciated, drained, gray skin, eyes open but kind of lost their color. And you see the armor is rusted and dirty, and you see floating beside it this gaseous form just back and forth.
Fergus, is that you?
I just wiggle.
I'm guessing that's Fergus.
What is a Fergus?
That's first of all, I'm not sure what you mean by sister. I'm not human. I don't know how we could be sisters.
We are all brothers and sisters of this world.
Okay, she seems very confused by that whole concept. She just can't wrap her head around the fact that we could all be brothers and sisters together. Anyway, Fergus, and she points at the mist. Fergus.
He wiggles again.
The cloud?
You know, the guy that was just down in the few cells down from me, and then he turned into the mist and he went through?
I was
Did you not see that?
His name is Fergus.
Yes,
Maybe we should call it
Fergus.
Fergas at this point.
Vargas.
Missed. It's gas.
Boo.
Boo.
Right now, he can't hit. He missed.
I can't speak, but I can hear.
Can I touch it? I want to touch the cloud.
You just reach over and your hand just passes harmlessly through. You do see this heavy door at the end of the hallway.
Well, this looks like this is the way out. What about this poor guy down here? Do we want to worry about him or just kind of go on?
I mean, he seems like he's been a long time, but would it hurt to see if he's got the keys or anything that we might need later?
Sure. I'll go ahead and I'll search him.
Okay, roll me an investigation check.
Can I help her with that?
No, not really. She's all right.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
19.
Okay, you find, rummaging through, you find the body still seems rather fresh given its state. You do find a rusted set of keys that look like they would work the locks of the cells. You also find a small notebook.
Is there any writing in the notebook?
Yes. Leafing through, you find it's a journal. but not a personal journal, more of a daily log of the activities. He talks about the last page you come to. It says, "The woods are getting darker. It feels like something uneasy is here. I saw what I thought was a furbolg passing through just yesterday." And that's all that he has written.
Does he make any mention in this of all of us being imprisoned there?
No.
Interesting. Okay. So Fergus, and I look up at him and say, it looks like he's talking about in this journal that he saw you.
Would
That's all right.
I'm wondering if
yeah, just
how long,
expand and contract.
right?
You could technically form words, I guess.
I mean, if you'll let me.
Let me see. What is it? Let me read the spell. No.
You just do one letter at a time.
One letter at a time.
I want to try in a balloon.
No, you can't.
No, just a misty cloud. I do start just like trying to run into the door and find any crack that I can.
It's watertight.
We're gonna find out.
Watertight.
Or you guys are gonna see me trying to get through and make a hole or something. But I'm just running into the door.
You see the gaseous form just speed quickly at 10 feet per round. Hit the door.
I am speeding.
And like you could see it like kind of ripple out and then come back, and then you see it back up, and then very What are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to inspect the body, see what this person died of.
All right, roll a medicine check, I think.
Yep. 13.
All right, so you're proficient in medicine, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, you inspect the body, and it still feels fresh. Like the arms aren't set in rigor mortis. It almost feels spongy and gummy.
I ram my hand into his body cavity and I stick my finger into his liver, checking for liver temperature.
It's not.
As you do.
Yeah, the temperature is
normal stuff.
It is kind of room temperature. It's like the body has settled into this temperature. But inspecting the body, you do notice 2 small puncture wounds on the inside of the neck.
Punctured wounds in the neck, possible from some sort of bite. Distance approximately 2.5 to 3 inches.
While I see him searching around like the body, can I just investigate like the rest of the room? Is there something, maybe anything else on the body?
Looking around, you see this rust has appeared. Everything around it has kind of decayed and degraded rather quickly. You see the sword in its scabbard, and upon pulling it out, the blade is rusted and tarnished.
My brothers and sisters, I appear to have been relieved of a few of my items. Has anyone else suffered the same fate as me?
Yes, I've lost my weapons.
Perhaps we should continue forward in search of that what has been taken from us.
I agree.
Miss, I did not get your name, but you look very strong. Perhaps you could move the door that blocks our way.
You can call me Goatheart, and I'll try.
Sister Goatheart, I greatly appreciate it.
I just float out of the way.
As you've float back, walks through.
I'm gonna try to open the door.
Great. You pull for a second, and it's kind of tight. And given your natural strength, you kind of bear into it, and you feel it begin to slide. It's not as that it's locked; it's that it's just a heavy door. Pulling it out, you notice the wood on this door is 6 inches thick. It's heavy. It's plated. You can see the bands on the outside that hold it together. And as you pull, you hear it slide across both the ceiling and the floor.
And what do I see once I get the door open?
Stepping out into this area, you see that it is a landing. You see what looks like a pile of things to your left. On your left side, there are stairs that go up about 10 feet, rising, and to your right, it goes down about 10 feet. Straight ahead, you see another small inset with another heavy-looking door. This one has what looks like a heavy lock on it.
Well, folks, looks like we have to make a decision. We can either go up, we can go down, or there's a locked door in front of us.
Let me have a look at the locked door.
The items that were piled beside your door do appear to be
Would be what?
your
You're
items.
cutting out of it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it appears to be your items piled up.
Oh, excellent.
Perfect.
Hey, look. It's all our stuff.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Gather up my stuff.
Acquiring possessions.
I make sure that everything that I had is there, like really inspecting everything just to make sure I got everything.
Yeah, it's all just your weapons. You had everything else.
No, it's just the weapon. Okay. So,
I begrudgingly drop out of my gaseous form and pick up the lowly stick.
So
that was a weapon. Thought it was just debris.
In the hands of a woodsman, a stick is quite sufficient.
I suppose, if you're primitive enough.
Josh, I have a question.
Have I ever seen a Warforged?
I have an answer.
With the animate dead spell, if a body was chopped in half, could that animate into 2 small skeletons?
It could animate into a set of legs and a torso.
They have to work like a Disney cartoon.
Yeah, well, I mean, the legs could just you could put a chest on the pelvis and it could carry, and the torso could run on its hands.
So a Disney cartoon.
Yes, a Disney cartoon.
Or you could sit on top of the legs and they could carry you.
Yeah.
Why are you asking this?
Doesn't specify. Well, because there's only one body, and if I wanted to make it into 2 things,
Oh goodness!
That could be an efficient
use
of a body. I'm all about efficiency, 0 waste.
Yeah.
You know, so if one body could be 2,
waste not, want not.
I thought you were gonna cut one of the party members in half.
No. There's a perfectly good dead body over there. We medic, whatever, just determined that it was a dead body.
If it wasn't,
appropriate use of resources.
Yeah, if it wasn't dead, it now is dead.
Oh yeah,
I'm super dead now.
All right,
dead.
Mr. Cavelian, you were inspecting the locked door. Roll me an investigation check. What was your question though?
Does it have an actual lock that I could pick?
Yes, it's a heavy lock set into the door.
Okay. So you still want me to do the investigation check?
If you were just looking to see if it had a lock, then no.
Well, I'm gonna try and pick the lock if I can.
Okay, roll me a sleight of hand check.
$22.
Okay, Mr. Cavelian, you are down, kneeling behind the lock, tinkering. You hear the lock, the pins begin to set, and you feel a slight turn before you hear a click. All of you hear this audible click. What do you do in the next 6 seconds?
Crouch down with a shield in front of me.
I run up the stairs.
Get away from the door.
Drop to the floor.
Okay, Argus.
I'm not gonna turn into a gas again. I'm not used to traps. He doesn't know. He just stands there. He doesn't.
All right, brother Maury.
Nice.
I was in my head. I was already kind of walking back towards that body as I was thinking about the animate dead. So I will probably just
Continue.
walk back. Yeah, continue walking back down that hallway towards the body, and probably don't hear the click. Or if I do hear the click, maybe try to duck behind that giant door that's like half open.
Okay.
But I'm just walking down the hall.
I lie. I don't. I stand there and do nothing, but I say, "What's wrong?"
What was that?
As everybody scatters, I'm just like, "Huh?"
All right. Mr. Cavelian. Christy, what did you do?
I dropped to the floor.
Okay. And Arvad, you ran up the stairs.
Yeah, I went up the stairs.
Okay, the three of you roll me a dex save with advantage. Medic and Fargus roll me a dex save with disadvantage. And Brother Maury, you were out of range.
Ah, crap. Nat 1.
Can't get much worse than 8.
Windows reloading.
Oh, what a bitch. 21 and an 8. So I suppose an 8.
You would be correct.
15.
Okay.
21. All
right.
25.
The three you roll this damage. The three of you take 12 points of fire damage. Medic, you also you failed, but you also take 12 points. Fargus, you take 24 points of fire damage as the lock clicks open, but you guys are engulfed in a fireball.
No, but I do have fire resistance, I think.
So that would be cut in half again for you.
I have a hellish resistance. Do you have resistance? So is it half? So 6.
6.
You just see me checking to make sure all my mushrooms are okay?
I put out the fire in one of my books real quick. Make sure that my poems inside are not burned.
Okay.
My eyes flare, and you see, I mumble under my breath, "Damn fumbling organics."
Who set off a fireball?
I don't think that it was intentional.
No, I'm not saying it was. I mean, was it the lock or is someone here?
It was probably a trap on the lock.
Traps.
Whoever put us here has no intentions of us leaving.
That is annoying.
Since I went up the stairs, do I see something on that other floor? Or did I reach somewhere, or is it just like I'm still on the stairs?
You see a set of two heavy doors, probably about 10 feet across, that are closed and appear to be barred with like a heavy wooden bar from the inside.
And I say, damn, more doors.
Everywhere,
How many
just
doors?
doors. It's two that like open into each other.
Oh, it's just like two doors like this.
Yeah, that like this way, like church doors. Well, heavier than that, but like they split down the middle and they both open. Probably inward like this towards you.
More doors, possibly more traps. Excuse me. And then ears appear on the sides of my head and my mouth opens up and you hear a ping! And there's like a reverb off of the wall, off of the doors. Finding traps, locating. Do I ping anything?
Roll perception check.
Oh, I cast the spell find traps.
Oh, okay. Read that spell to me.
So, sense the presence of any trap within range that is within sight. A trap for the purpose of this spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you would consider harmful or undesirable, which was specifically intended as such by its creator. Thus, the spell would sense an area effect by the alarm spell, glyph of warding, or mechanical pit trap.
It's within sight?
Within sight, so I'm looking at the door.
No.
Okay.
No, you could even turn. You wouldn't pick anything else up in this room.
Okay. Nothing detectable.
I'm gonna use my Fearbog magic, detect magic then.
Okay.
Is there anything magical in 30 feet of me?
The lock.
The lock that just blew up in our faces?
Yes. It has retained its magical aura.
The lock is magic, and still magic. I'm not very good with traps. Not really a fan of closed spaces either, but I would say let's not pick it again.
It's open.
Oh,
it did open.
Yeah, it did unlock and open. That's what set the trap off.
what's past the door?
What's that?
What's past it then?
Right now it's just barely, like, you could tell that it popped out, but it's not open.
I meant, am I seeing like anything else that's magic other than that lock?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm magical. Duh.
Well, do we want to go up that way, or do we want to go down that way, or go through this door now that we've taken the damage from it?
I say go through. If they were trying to protect it, then there's probably something useful on the other side. Perhaps an exit. They want to keep us in.
An open door is often better than a locked one.
All right. Cavelian, are you still standing in front of the door?
No, I moved away. I'll come back though.
Okay, who's going to be the first one through?
I'll get through. I don't mind.
Okay.
Opening the door, you see a long hallway. The torches in here have burned out. Opening it, though, allows the torchlight from the other room to kind of come in. You can see that it's almost a mirror image of the hallway you just came from, minus the body.
Okay. I will step in, but I will be searching for traps on the floor as I go now.
You don't find any traps.
Okay. So this is just one long corridor, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say that there were torches lit or not lit?
There are torches, but they are not lit.
I just used Druidcraft and light them.
Okay. As they begin to burn, you can see it is almost exactly like the hallway you came down. A heavy door at the other end.
Okay.
Is this door similar to the one that we found at the other hallway as well? Is it a strong person needed to open it?
Yeah, it has the latch, and then it looks like it would open inward.
Cabellion, you want to look and see if there's any traps on this door before we go through it?
Yes, of course.
Go ahead, roll an investigation check.
I take like 8 steps back. If you don't mind, I'll be a little further away from this door.
Brother Maury, what are you doing while this is going on? You find no traps.
Brother Maury is going back to the corpse we walked past, and he is casting Animate Dead on it, just as a full corpse. I only get one.
Lame.
And actually, can I just I believe I can pick. I can just make it a skeleton, right? I can just animate the skeleton.
You get to choose between skeleton and zombie.
Yeah. I want the skeleton.
No. Target becomes a skeleton if you choose bones, or a zombie if you choose a corpse.
Choose his bones. I mean, he's got bones.
You cannot deflesh the corpse.
I am just reading this now.
That's fine. I'll take the zombie then. Whatever.
Okay.
Only asking me is I have that spell too, so I want to know how it's gonna work.
Yeah, the zombie just kind of begins to groan, big gaping hole in the abdomen where Medic had punctured a hole. It's just kind of, you can see some of the organs shift as he stands, and you just see him kind of shamble up to his feet.
My brother, I appreciate you continuing to serve us and being a martyr for those of us seeking immortality. You have sacrificed yours so that we may achieve immortality ourselves. Let us go forth, and I will have him lead the way in front of me wherever we go.
Of course.
Literal definition of meat shield.
Yes. So, go ahead.
I'm still upstairs, I was looking at this door upstairs. I want to step back, and I do want to cast a mage hand.
Okay.
And with that hand, step back, sort of like lift the hinge to try to open that door. That's in the second floor.
Make a strength check. Or athletics check.
Woo! Not 20, 21.
You're able to lift your side. However, Mage Hand is not able to lift the other side. So you get it up, and then as you hold it there for a few seconds, Mage Hand cannot pick it up, and you're forced to let it drop.
But no traps, nothing happened.
No, it was already scanned for traps. Goatheart and Mr. Cavelian. There are no traps on the door.
Is there? So you're saying on the other side of the door, there's basically a bar across it that we can't get
That's the top door, like up at the stairs. The door that you guys are working on, it's a wooden door with a latch. You don't see like a plate, like a sight plate, but it has like a handle latch you would lift. There are no traps, and it appears to be no lock.
Is the door, do I have to push it or pull it to get it open?
It would be push.
I'm gonna push it.
Okay, it swings open about an inch, and you feel it hit something hard.
I'm gonna push. I'm gonna push all my strength into it and try to get that door open.
Give me an athletics check
I was
with advantage.
I'm with, like, I'm down there with them, and like I see her pushing it, and there's like no traps, so I go, and I mean, I'm the only other person that's also like 8 foot tall, so I go and push as well.
Well, I'm gonna give her advantage because she has powerful build.
Okay, well, Fearbox have that too. That's why I was saying.
Yeah.
That would be a 26.
Okay. As Fargus, as you walk up to kind of lend a hand, you go to lean in and you see that Goatheart here has kind of squatted down and flexed it, leaned her shoulder in and pushed, and you can hear not just the door, but what sounds like other wooden items scraping across stone as the door opens. She opens it about 90 degrees. Stepping inside, you see what looks like black splatters across the wall. The torch is yet unlit. You can see what looks like desks and tables flipped up on their side, used as some kind of makeshift rampart or shield. You can see half of a body on one corner, the other half set to the side. Another one that looks like it was disemboweled laying in the center of the room. And a final one that looks to be hanging from some type of chandelier. All of them have been torn apart. Looking fairly fresh. Some of the blood is still dripping from the corpse hanging from the ceiling.
Can I inspect the wounds and see if it looks bestial, if it looks weaponry?
Give me a nature check. Anyone else like to do anything?
I'd like to have a look at that as well.
14.
Fargus, it looks like some of the cuts look like it could be from some type of animal, but you're not entirely sure given the level of desecration.
I step back out into the hall and just sit down and cross my legs, and I'm gonna ritual cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. Mr. Gavellian, you wanted to inspect them as well?
Yeah.
Roll me an investigation check.
And I do nature as well, or?
You could do nature if you would choose.
$19.
This doesn't look like it's coming from any sort of animal that you would have recognized it from. It's definitely animalistic in that it wasn't like, doesn't look like they're sword cuts or like dagger cuts. Definitely looks like it was torn with some type of claw, but it doesn't look like any animal that you've ever seen.
Okay.
So because this looks very fresh, I'm concerned that whatever did this is still nearby. So I'm going to start looking around, to see if there's someplace that an attacker could hide.
The room is still fairly dark. Like I said, the torches that line the walls are not lit at the moment. But you can get a general sense of the size of this room. Matches the total size of the room you were originally imprisoned in. Looking around the room, you notice the walls are mostly bare except for these 4 sconces kind of mounted that hold the torches in. Otherwise, you look, all the furniture seems to have been piled behind the door that you have now pushed and slid. Save 2 of the desks that are set kind of back, almost looking like ramparts. But you find no one or nothing in there.
Are there any doors other than the one we came through?
No doors and no windows.
Do I witness the dead bodies as well?
Yes.
Seeing that, one body is an incident, several bodies a massacre. Instituting countermeasures. I cast False Life level 3, and you see bone plates slide out of my armor and around me. 16 temporary hit points.
Okay.
That's a neat trick too.
Everybody's got tricks.
Now, if I animated his bone plates, could I control him?
No. If they were actual bone, I might let you, but since they're magical bone, then no.
It's a calcium protein matrix that are extruded from my armor.
Protein.
Oh, my Lanta.
That's what you get when you play with science type people.
Arvad, what are you doing while they are inspecting this room?
Well, since I tried to pull that door up, and Akira and I walk down, enter into the room. Since I can see better in the dark, is there something maybe that I can see that they missed? Or that everybody missed?
Not particularly, no. I mean, there's enough light for people to see. It's just like the flicker of torchlight coming in. So it isn't like a brightly lit room. But you definitely can see where most of them, those without dark vision can see like the black smears. You can definitely see that it's a red twinkle to it, that it is blood splattered across the wall. Brother Mori, what are you doing? Yeah, with your zombie.
With my zombie.
I love it.
This appears to be a dead end, my friends.
Was that supposed to be a pun?
I don't think that's how puns work.
Because there's corpses here.
Dead.
And he's got a corpse with him.
Walking
Yes,
around with them.
This is my brother James Franco.
Hashtag James Franco zombie.
Hey, James.
I don't think the zombie can respond to
Ooh. Fargus,
My liver.
you finished casting your spell. Speak with animals.
Just so everybody knows, like the appearance, like as I was sitting there, just like silently ritual casting this, you kind of saw like mushroom dust sort of swirl about me just a bit, and then at the end of the spell, I like take a deep inhale, and all of the spores just I just inhale all of them.
He's getting high.
He snorted a bunch of shrooms. Mushrooms.
Here we go! Yeah! I can talk to animals now!
That's how you can speak to animals now. It's so high.
The animals, they're talking to me, man.
Spirit walk to mushroom talk.
Yes.
And I just stand back up slowly. And I look around. Do I see any insects, varmint, rodents, anything like that? There's a mouse around.
You see tweeters.
Tweeter
Kind of floats over and lands. Read that spell to me.
I just like hold out my finger gently. I can speak to animals and I can understand them in a limited capacity.
Okay.
I can just straight.
He brushed over that part real quick, though.
Yeah.
Animals, they can basically say whatever they want.
You gain
back
the
to me in
ability
a
to
limited
comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by intelligence, but at a minimum, the beast can give you information about nearby locations, monsters, including whatever they perceive has been there recently. You might be able to persuade a beast to perform a small favor for you at the GM's discretion.
Okay.
I did not want to read that part, but
all right. So Tweeters kind of flies over and lands, and you can hear Tweeter whistle, which you understand is, "You can hear me again?"
yes, I know that this is only occasional, but do you remember how we got in here?
The rest of you hear the whistling again. Fargus, well, I went out to hunt for some worms, and you fell asleep, and I came back, and we're here.
Wonderfully helpful as always, Tweeters. I'm going to try to find some animals here. If you could fly around and maybe find a window, a way out, something, that'd be nice.
Okay. You see Tweeters kind of lift off of Fargus's finger and circle that room before heading back out into the hallway.
Then you just... you guys don't know that I can talk to animals right now. So I just like start not shouting, but like loudly saying, Any rodents around? Anything? Anyone? I have cheese.
Make a persuasion check.
I do get advantage on.
Make a persuasion check with
communicating
advantage.
animals.
I have cheese.
I have cheese. It's a little moldy, but I have it. First one's a 12. I could just click advantage.
Yes, you could.
19.
Okay. You see a small rat kind of scurry out from one of the bodies where it is eating a piece of flesh.
Oh, hello there. Would you like a small piece of cheese?
Very much.
I just reach into my barrel that has all my mushrooms and funguses and whatnot, and I just pull out a little piece of moldy cheese.
The rest of you just see him squatting down, and this rat is like... And he's like, yeah, is that so?
Could you tell me what killed those... what killed your dinner?
Oh, it was so fast.
Was it big like me or
What's the
small?
intelligence of a rat?
2. Bigger than me.
Big, fast.
Smaller than me? Would it fit in an envelope?
It's like cocks its head. Maybe.
Okay. And it was fast.
Very fast.
Do you know how to leave and go outside?
No.
Are there more than one of that thing?
Maybe.
Wish I had a smarter rat. Anyone have the awaken spell or
Cheese.
Are there more of you?
Was.
Would you like another piece of cheese?
Cheese.
I just give him. I reach into my pack and pull out another piece of cheese, and I just say, I have. If you can think of where that thing is and show us, I will give you all the cheese you can eat.
You can kind of see it like. And it walks over to the door and is like, went over here.
I follow the little.
He goes right to the door, like
Yeah.
the threshold where the door would be when it closed, and is like, it went here.
I need smarter animals. I look up at the other ones and go, he's being as helpful as he can. And I just pull out like this big thing of cheese and just like, toss it near him.
You all see this rat like bite it and like grab it with one of the paws, and it's like dragging it away from you, like you're gonna take it from it. And then you see it like kind of get behind a desk, and you can just hear it back there eating.
Well, I've learned that whatever killed these people was bigger than a rat, possibly smaller than me, and was fast. Which is technically more than we knew before.
But not entirely helpful.
I did
Not helpful at all, my brother.
I have found that rats often aren't, but who knows?
My
He doesn't know
tiefling
how to
brother,
get outside.
what did you see up those stairs?
Well, there was this big door. I tried to open it, but since this is a dead end, I was gonna suggest we try someone with a little more strength than myself try to open that door.
Oh, James, go open the door.
You don't call that thing a brother?
He's Brother James Franco. He can go open the door for you. We are all brothers and sisters. He's just continued to serve our great community in his undead life.
the zombie, you see James Franco stumble up the stairs. You watch it fall halfway up and kind of clamber back up and then finish. And then it gets up and it begins to lift. And you can see it straining. What is its strength mode?
It's a zombie's strength mode.
+1.
So you can hear it like push, and the beam gets up a little bit and then drops. And it just keeps pushing, and the beam doesn't seem to be. The zombie doesn't seem to be strong enough to lift this particular beam by itself.
My brother James, wait for some help.
And I tell to Brother Mori, I told you it was a task for the sister or Ricky or Brother Fargus.
I've seen our sister Goatheart move some heavy items. I hate to keep.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh.
Ooh.
She must have some divine blood within her as well.
You keep using that word. I don't know what that word means.
I've used many words, my sister.
Divine.
Oh, the divine. Some would have you say that there are gods above. I would tell you that is a lie. There are no gods that would bless you with divinity, but I say that divinity comes from within you, within the blood that courses through your veins, that provides the life, provides your power. That is your divinity.
I'm sorry I asked. Okay, I'm gonna go open the door.
I will assist you. I say slowly, looking.
James will assist you as well.
I don't need him to help me. No.
Well, at least have him go through the door first.
That I can do.
Friends.
Okay. James, when Sister Goatheart opens this door, please proceed through. And wait for us on the other side.
Am I able to open it easily?
No, this is a very heavy beam. But between the two of you, both of you being very strong, you are able to get a hold of it and lift it and set it down safely on the floor.
I look at it like, this would make a very nice stick.
It weighs like 80 pounds, 100 pounds. You're like, oh, it's like the 4x4 from
You'd whittle it.
what was that movie with The Rock? Walking Tall.
The Rock.
You'd whittle it. I'm not gonna do it now, but I'm just saying it's a good piece of wood.
Dwayne Johnson is a good zombie
Vargas
name.
Appreciates a good piece of wood.
Next zombie name, Dwayne Johnson. So as the doors, you guys pull the doors back towards you a little bit. James Franco wanders out into the darkness outside.
Oh, this is the door outside.
Mm-hmm.
This is the door to outside? Oh, get me out of here.
I whistle. Oh no, wait, I can talk to him. Tweeter.
Tweeter comes flying up and lands on your shoulder and says, I found a way out.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Helpful as always, little friend.
Tweeter flies out and then flies back in and lands on you. Zombie.
Yes. I mean, to be Tweeter has seen plenty of zombies.
So lands
Zombie. Thank you. I don't go through first because I am still some of my mushrooms are still smoldering as I am at half health.
I guess I'll just walk out.
All right. You're going as well?
I'm going as well.
Okay.
I want out of here.
Yeah, this place giving me the chills.
All right, as the doors kind of
Hold on, my brother Josh. Nobody has curiosities as to what could be in that basement.
Did you not see those bodies?
Actually, no, I did not see those bodies. But
you would have animated them had you seen them.
Especially the two halves, like arming through.
There was a little blood
for the price of one casting.
There was a little blood, Mr. Mori.
I mean, blood.
Are there other doors we haven't opened yet?
There is one set of doors at the bottom of the stairs that nobody went to.
I'm sorry, but if something is fast and is strong enough to tear somebody in two, it is strong enough to tear me in two, and I do not want to put myself in that position if I don't have to. Nobody's paying me yet.
Your
Make a valid argument.
And I begin to... actually, I am going to cast Healing Spirit at the door.
Okay.
It's like a car wash. You just walk through and get healed.
Basically, that is essentially that is almost exactly what is happening.
All right.
Because I don't know who all took damage, but...
Are you doing it before...
Yeah, I would probably wait.
Before everybody walks out?
Well, I can walk back in if I know that he's going to put
I was going to
spell.
just cast it at the door before people walk out, so it kind of just... They just... As they exit, anybody that needs some healing just gets a little bump.
All right. Does it roll individually per person, or is it just like a flat?
No, it rolls individually per person, and I can use it 6 times.
All right. That's one for everybody. So if you want to roll, start with Goat Christie, or start with Goatheart.
Brother Mori, I don't think took any damage.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I get to pick when it affects. So.
He'll roll like 1 for the people that took damage, then himself he'll just like stay in it like
Oh, this feels so nice.
Yeah.
2, 6, 6, 4, 2, 4. However, whatever order we go walk through, that's the healing order.
Okay. So who's going through first? Goatheart or Arvad?
I guess I said it first, so I'll go.
Okay.
I'll step out first.
So you get 2, then 6. Then who's third?
Well, I was third, but I didn't take any damage, so you can skip me.
I would have walked through after that then, because that's when she said that, when she was like, ripped him in half, and it could rip me in half. I'm like, that's a yes.
That sounds awful.
That logic tracks.
All right. As you guys all step outside, you feel the cool air. You can see that it is night, and it is the beginning of the night. So the sun has probably set an hour or 2 behind you. You see what appears to be a small chapel or church of some kind, and you are in the center, stepping out of what appears to be a mausoleum into a cemetery.
Interesting.
Brother James Franco fits right in here.
This is where...
Yeah, I was just gonna say before I clear the rolls, did anybody else take damage that's walking out?
I did.
What are you? Did you follow after me, or did somebody else go?
I'd probably be in the middle of the group.
Okay, then you take 4 healing.
Okay.
And I guess technically that actually leaves 2 charges for me.
Can't you move it?
Yeah, I can move it. That's
So,
fine.
who are you giving the last 2 charges to?
Anybody still? I look around. Does anybody look more hurt?
I could use topping off.
I'll take one of those rolls.
You are a machine, and I don't know how to tell whether or not you're hurt or not. So I walk it over to Arvid, and so you're gonna take 2 more. And I noticed that there's some mushrooms smoldering on my shoulder still, so I'm gonna take the last 3. Sorry, machine man.
I've never
It's
seen
fine.
this before. I don't know what this looks like.
I don't actually. I'm assuming I have not seen a.
I'm sure you've seen one, but like, not like enough to know the inner workings of one.
It's understandable. This era of people are somewhat limited in their knowledge. I do not fault you for your ignorance.
Really, really trying to make friends there.
He's not very good at it, is he?
So, yeah, you can see the stars kind of twinkling. You can see a small sliver of one of the moons. Kind of, there's enough light for you to see a little bit, but it's dimly lit.
Do we
Do I?
recognize the chapel? Anything? Like, does this look? Have I been here before?
No.
Okay.
Do the stars in the sky look familiar?
Yeah, you've seen stars before.
Well, but like, you know how you can sometimes figure out where you are based on the stars? Am I able to figure out where I am, or if I've been taken the long way away from where I was?
You're fairly close to where you were taken from. It seems familiar, but it's not the same exact spot.
So, I'm a cartographer. I make maps. I have cartographer tools, and the reason I'm in this area is because I'm mapping it. If I pull out the partial map that I've got, that I've made so far, and try and work out any landmarks or distinguishing topographical features, can I work out where I am on this map?
You roll me. Well, I don't even know what that would be.
Insight?
Make a cartography check.
Survival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A mapping check.
Give me a nature check, because you're kind of going off the stars and whatnot.
27. That was a natch, by the way, nat 20.
Okay. You can come up with an approximate location to where you think you are. You're west of where you started. And you think you're about halfway between where you were taken and an old town that used to be called Goldfields.
Okay. I shall relay this to everybody. I'll show them the map and I'll point out the features, land features.
Yeah, that's the best guess you can come, using the stars as kind of a gauge, and the few things you can see that might be, but otherwise it is fairly forested around this area, so it's not like you can see at great distance.
Okay.
I know this. When he points it to the map, I know this area, right? Like I've been
To an
here.
you've been through here, but you've never been through here.
Gotcha.
In his map. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, how long has it been since we walked out? Do I still have speak with animals, or has it been more than 10 minutes?
I'll give you one more charge.
I was just gonna, little friend, if you would be so kind as to just fly about, see if anyone else is here.
You guys see the bird depart Argus's shoulder. What were you saying, Arved?
I just wanted to check if I see Mr. Cavalian map, do I recognize where I fell asleep? The spot where I was?
You have a general idea, but you can't.
I wanted to check if we are all taken from like close spots, or we were apart from each other.
Roll. What would that be? Roll an
Intelligence?
intelligence check.
I am unintelligent. Let me see.
Should we all roll?
'Cause he's just trying to figure out one specific thing
Yeah.
about this.
14.
You weren't necessarily close to each other, but you weren't continents apart either. You were within probably a 25-mile area.
Okay.
The other thing, Mr. Cavelian, you were able to deduce is that this is not the same night that you were taken. So it's like a new, like you've slept through almost a whole day and have come to at the beginning of the night when you, like, so 24 hours from when you got picked up is when you woke up.
That looks like whatever magic made us fall asleep for a long time. It's been a day at least.
I don't usually sleep for a whole day, so...
No, me neither.
That's why my back hurts.
From carrying the team.
You really should put like some sleep number beds in those cells, you know.
Yeah,
Or Tempur-Pedic, one of the two.
Yeah. Something with some lumbar support, maybe.
Well, that's the peculiar thing is I don't sleep. So I found this situation somewhat bewildering.
So, Josh, yeah, we're
to sleep or it's night.
we're just in a graveyard, right? Like
There's like, I guess, a chapel
but it's a
to
church,
the side.
a chapel.
Yeah, like
yeah.
yeah, not quite a full-blown church, more of like one of them small chapels with a single peak that you can see from the side.
Is there like a clear, like, is there a path like to the church and then like a path like away from the church, or like is it all overgrown? Like, does it look like
Yes,
people
it definitely
frequent this
looks
church?
like this place has been neglected.
Okay.
This isn't like a fresh new cemetery. It looks like it's been kept up until recently, but it's not like overgrown, but it's definitely needs, you know, the grass would need trimmed, and it's just not, it's something that's kept but not kept consistently all the time.
Well, my brothers and sisters, should we attempt to knock on this door of lies, or should we continue out into the forest?
This is the door of lies.
It is a house of lies, my friend.
Stay forest.
Do I notice any markings about what deity was being worshipped here?
Not from outside, no.
Josh, do I have any glow cap mushroom spores on me? It was off that one wiki. They just have like real faint light.
Phosphorus.
Yes, they glow. They glow enough, but not enough to be a light source. Like you could see them from a ways, but they're not like they're almost like a glow stick. You can't really light. You could hold it up to something and look at it close, but you couldn't like light your way with one.
I was okay.
Like you could make yourself a beacon with one, but you couldn't use them as a lantern.
Yeah, I just if we were going out into the forest, I was gonna just like blow the spores onto trees and hit it with a little druid craft and just try to make like a little trail.
Like you could go back,
like a little breadcrumby kind of trail.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Gretel.
All right. So, what would you guys like to do?
Cavalian, you mentioned that this place is near Goldfields. You know of this location?
No, I haven't been here before. I was on my way in this whole area, so I would have ended up in there eventually.
You do know that Goldfields is what is left from a town that has floundered and died.
It's a town that was thriving some years ago, but unfortunately has been abandoned somewhat in the last couple of decades.
I
might be able to find something of interest
here
there.
before.
It's that way, I believe, according to my map.
Well, I say we should head somewhere that has some civilization, resources, so we can reacquire a direction.
I don't know if there's anybody still living there. I know it was abandoned some time ago, but it's certainly worth a check just in case.
What? Medic, I look at you, what exactly are you?
I am Warforged.
Yes, it's been 70 years. It is good to see another one of you. You, your skin keeps mushroom spores because it doesn't clean itself. It's just metal. I like that about your kind.
Oh no, I'm. It's just a question of whether or not I spend the time to clean myself off. That is all. I'm mostly made of stainless steel.
I cast Druidcraft and just see if I can make a little mushroom sprout off a mushroom spore somewhere on his armor.
Stainless steel.
How well have you maintained yourself?
I'd like to point out he hasn't cleaned in the last 48 hours.
I've probably been on the
36.
road for the past week, so I've got some dust on me. But I mean,
You see one little mushroom, like kind of down by his ankle, just like boop, up into existence.
There it is.
I noticed it and I reach down and I pluck it off of me and then grind it in my thumbs. Between my thumb and forefinger.
I'm like, no, I'm just kidding.
Isabel.
I just
No,
get
Monica.
I just get kind of close. Spores are everywhere.
I am aware. I collect a few certain types on occasion when necessary.
So where is the party moving to?
I think we landed on Goldfield.
Goldfield? We don't want to see the chapel, huh?
I am curious about this location. I'm curious how something or somebody was able to put me to sleep, quote unquote.
Chokehold.
Trying to install Windows 11.
Still running on XP.
Sorry, I don't have TSM 2.0 installed.
I'm curious if
If you want to go into the church, we can do that.
I'm just curious to see if there might be someone there that knows, or that knows whoever took us into this prison before we head out.
While my curiosity is curious, I would like to point out Goatheart's point that something is nearby that can rip people in two.
Right.
The chapel's only about 50 feet from there, so the rat told us it moved quickly. I don't know how quickly a rat thinks things move, but probably fast enough.
Well, Brother Fargus, you do not need to be afraid. James Franco will protect you.
I didn't say I was afraid, but I would like to point out that
protect
James
Fargus.
Franco died.
You see, like,
in the same dungeon.
And
Thank you, James.
James
I
is like
do love
right
golf.
in front of you, like just standing, facing out away from you.
To become James.
Pick him up and move him slightly to this. Never mind. I can see straight over his head.
As I say, when you pick him up, he like shuffles back over and stands there. Like,
Maury, is it? Brother Maury?
Yes, Brother Maury.
Brother Maury, the only reason you animated James Franco is because whatever was in the dungeon killed him?
Yes, but he will continue to serve us in his undead state.
Oh, no, I also use the undead for my own advantages, but
Then you know he will protect you.
yes.
Then let us proceed into this house of lies that is before us. Perhaps there is the person that imprisoned us in there, and we can see to it that he suffers the same fate that James Franco suffered.
Does the chapel, Josh? Does the chapel have any windows?
I has a few. A couple smaller windows up a little higher. You can see a faint torchlight flickering, like against the window. Not as though it's really like beaming out, but you can see that it's fairly lit.
So someone's home.
Church is lit.
Church is lit.
What?
Lit AF.
Tweeter did come back.
No one around? Or did it wear off before he got back?
Yes.
He's just whistling in my ear.
Yeah. He's totally like making eye contact and whistling. Like,
you're going to have to wait, little friend. I can't understand you right now.
Yes, probably the answers to all of our questions now.
Probably, but
came back with the meaning of life.
Yeah, like the whole, all the
It's
secrets
like,
of the universe.
And then just kind of like walks over and squats down in his nest. And off in the distance, as you begin to approach, make your way through the cemetery, you can hear the howling of a wolf off in the distance.
So are we going to go into this chapel?
Yes, let us make our way.
is it a wolf I know?
Okay.
No.
Yes, I start going, like, heading to the chapel and see if I can see through one of the windows.
All right, you head over to the side of the chapel that kind of borders the edge. As you get there, the windows, you have to kind of like pull yourself up to peek in. And what you can see is the pews look dusty. You can see like a spider web right in the window there where you're at. The pews look fairly dusty, and you can see a few pillars that kind of narrow your view straight into that center section. I mean, it looks like it's been kept up. Everything looks in good shape, but there's some dust on things.
Shall we enter?
I turn around and be like, hey, so doesn't look like anyone's there, but it looks like at least it's kept up a little bit. That'll be someone we can talk to.
We should enter, but be cautious. It could be the person who imprisoned us earlier.
Might I suggest
Good.
James Franco as a first
That is what James is perfect for. Brother
Undead
Franco,
shock troops.
you could make your way into the church and wait for us.
You see James Franco walk over to the, like waist high, almost like mid thigh high fence, and James Franco just walks in that direction, hits the fence, and just like flips over it, and then you see him clamber back up, and then walks over to the door, and you hear the door push. You can kind of hear the shuffling steps as James Franco walks in.
no booms, no fireballs.
No clicks.
No, it didn't even have to open the door. It just kind of like pushed the door open.
Well,
Well, it looks like it's safe. I'll go ahead and follow him in.
Everything
go
will be
with
fine.
you.
Okay.
But just in case, I shoot out a little dart at Goatheart, inject myself, and fire one as well at Mr. Cavalian, and they get aid at level 3, so they get 10 hit points each. Their max is increased.
Okay.
Did the bloodless one just attack you two?
No, I assisted them.
I'm pretty sure I saw you throw a dart at them.
Yes, but I feel stronger now.
It's a subcutaneous subdermal injection.
He threw a dart, but I feel good. I don't feel bad that you would think, like I've been poisoned. I think he's a friend. I don't think that he's a how do you say that word?
Oh, he is a bloodless one. He
No,
has
the other word, the
an
Obama.
abomination. Oh, he's also an
Oh.
abomination. That is for sure.
What I
Yeah, I don't know
am
what that
is a
means either.
miracle of arcanistry.
Brother Maury, clearly we've all been chosen for some reason to be together. It'd be appreciative if you'd be slightly nicer to him.
I mean, it looked like he attacked these nice people.
But he didn't.
No, he did not.
All right.
They feel stronger now because of
Folks,
the
not
attack.
not every willow is actually a tree.
I don't know what that means.
Very high.
I think every
Anyway.
is a tree.
Magical
were
mushrooms.
We were making our way into this house of lies.
All right. As the two of you step inside, you see ahead of you a row of pews going forward, one on either side of a central aisle. You can see pillars on the end of some of these pews and aisles down either side. You also see an altar about 10 feet across, about 4 feet high at the end of this. Roll a perception check, the two of you that entered in first.
As soon as my D&D Beyond responds,
Yeah, mine just crashed as well, so I've just got back in.
I got a white screen right now.
Yeah, I just got that as well, so I managed to get back in though. But I only got a 10 on my perception check. So.
Okay.
What's up?
But so that's what you guys see when you step in. Oh, that is all you see. You see a few the first sconce on one side and the last sconce on the other side have torches that are lit. You see a few candles lit behind the altar. But otherwise it seems empty.
Yeah, and I rolled a 3 on my perception, so I definitely don't see anything.
You also see James Franco standing in the very middle of the chapel, just standing there. You do
21 on my
notice.
perception.
Okay. You do notice a door on like the far back side, the opposite side from which you were looking in from. What's that, Damien?
My D&D Beyond's just crapped out again.
What's wrong with D&D Beyond today?
Don't know, but I'm getting an error. It's just gone to the behold error screen.
Right. If you just refresh, hopefully it'll cycle back in.
So
It is the false god
Okay.
playing tricks on your D&D Beyond.
oh my god.
This is just fantastic.
If you press F5, it can solve your issues.
Auto 4.
Press F5 to keep your character alive.
Auto 4.
Don't do that.
Huh? Oh.
Me Dick will just shut down.
I'd like to enter the chapel too, screaming, a big hello as I go in and see if somebody can hear us.
You don't hear any response back from this room.
See, subtlety is not our approach.
Okay, so you said there was another door on the far side of the chapel?
Yeah, if you would walk through, like, it's almost behind the altar to the right opposite side of where you came in. Like,
Meanwhile, I'll be looking at like if there's any books or personal effects that will identify the person.
you see, you do see that the large, what looks like a circle with what almost looks like a squiggly line coming through that widens as it comes down. This is a chapel to Eliana.
According to my research, this location is a chapel to Eliana, goddess of
The path.
the path.
Was a handout.
Wow, I can't believe you knew that off the top of your head.
I have an extensive lexicon of religious deity figures.
Goddess of change. As well.
That is correct. So we are on the path.
I'm just like following behind silently, just
Literally have James check
just
the
trying
other
to
door.
perceive things. Worth noting that my passive perception is 18.
If only I use passive perception.
Just trying to passively perceive things as I do normally in life.
With my eyes and my ears.
I've perceived it.
James Franco. You see James Franco like wander up and push the door twice before grabbing the handle and like leaning and pulling it. The door opens back towards him. And
Pull is always difficult.
it just is like he gets it open enough, he like shambles through it, and you hear what sounds like banging.
Like somebody is hitting him, or like he ran into some pots and pans.
Like something is like there's some kind of scuffle on the other side, like something's clambering and you hear a smash.
I will run up and try make my way through. Like, oh James, like what do I see?
So right inside the door is James Franco just standing there, like completely motionless. Like you said, just go inside the door. So he just went in the door, and looking around, you can hear like what sounds like feet kicking and smacking off the floor. The first thing you see is this looks like a small hut with what you can see around. Like I said, James Franco. What looks like a bed and a small table with 2 chairs and 2 bowls set. And you can hear what almost sounds like breathing, but a gurgling in there. As James Franco is blocking most of the view to this room.
Can I see over everyone into the room?
It's not a straight line from where you're at.
I hear what sounds like someone struggling and walk closer to see.
Only Brother Maury is hearing that at the moment.
Oh.
My brother James, please back up to the pulpit. I'm assuming there's something at the front of the church equivalent to a pulpit. I don't know.
As you see Brother Maury lean out, you see James Franco backing, literally walking backwards. And then he falls, poof, and gets back up, and then like reorients himself in the direction he was facing and immediately begins to shuffle backwards. Looking inside, at this point, it is dark. Even the light seems from the torch seems suppressed. You see what looks like a member of the clergy, like a cleric, brown robes. You see the feet kicking, and as you look up, you see what appears to be a woman, kind of darker, paler skin, long black hair, and she has what looks like she's biting into his neck. You see his legs kick for a second, he goes limp, and she turns and looks at you.
Do I get an action here?
What would you like to do? Like a reaction type action.
I mean, am I more than 5 feet from her?
Yeah, you're like 15, 20-ish feet.
Oh, okay. Then I would fire like a guiding bolt at her, and like just like a level 1 guiding bolt, and
run.
book it back.
Okay.
Like 30 feet.
All right. Roll your attack.
how close are the rest of us?
About 25-ish feet to him.
Can we see him casting?
Yes, that's the first sign of distress is when he's like.
So to be a 21, so like what I'll do is that like vial on my hip has kind of like a thumb lancet on it that he'll like prick his thumb with and just kind of take like a little bead of the blood and just fire it right at her face, and it explodes like radiant damage.
Okay, so you fling this bolt light. And you see it zip by and poof, into the wall behind.
A 21 did not hit this girl?
Did not hit this girl.
Oh my god.
You hear this scream
30 feet away.
As and then you hear what sounds like a door slamming open. As the rest of you also hear this loud screaming as you see Brother Maury running in the opposite direction.
Oh no.
Brother Maury.
What did the meatbag do?
As soon as you turn, at this point, you turn and look back away from the door into the church. You see a body of what appears to be a cleric, withered and drained, and sitting like behind the pulpit.
Oh, like back towards where
like in between, yeah, you and the party.
So there's a drained cleric there. There was one being drained in the little room, and the woman.
Yes. Whoa, female.
The assailant. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll go with unsub.
The sister.
The unsub.
Different sister.
What is that?
From a different
what are the rest of you doing now that you see that there's trouble?
Now my reaction is I'm going to grab one of my axes and I'm going to go towards the trouble.
Okay.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Get my bow out.
Gird my shield and charge forward. This is what I was built for.
Just bonus action shillelagh.
So now you have a fancy stick.
I have a fancy stick.
Yeah.
All right. As the rest of you rush forward, passing Brother Maury.
I didn't say I rushed forward. I said
okay.
I passed
As the three of you rush forward, as Brother Maury goes back, you guys get to the door, and you can see this lifeless, very sunken in corpse laying in the floor with what the two puncture wounds you can see actively blood running out. Looking around, you see that there's two beds, small table. This is definitely like the keepers of this place. You also see their door outside has been hit so hard that it's barely hanging on by the bottom hinge. The door frame is splintered. Where the latch was is blown out. The door itself is cracked and in pieces, just kind of barely hanging on.
I'm going to run over to the door and see if I can see anybody outside.
Make a perception check. Do you have dark vision by chance?
I'm a Goliath, so no. My perception is 17.
Okay. As far out as you can see, which would be about to the edge of the trees that are between 60 and they kind of push back into almost 100 feet away, you don't see anything. You don't see any people, any animals at all.
I don't see, so there's like no movement of any kind that I can see.
No, not that you can see.
Stand there for,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll just stand there for a minute and see, just kind of concentrate. Like I can see it. I can see who's there, and when I realize that I can't, I turn around and walk back inside.
Okay, Mr. Cavalian, what are you doing when you enter the room?
I'm gonna keep my back to a wall. I've got my bow out, and I do have dark vision, and I'm looking round and up as well to look for any kind of target, basically.
The ceiling's only about 8 feet high. It's very small, very modest. You don't see anyone in the room aside from this dead cleric laying there.
Okay. I will progress down the wall if I can. Try and follow where the rest of the guys are.
Okay, yeah, this room isn't very big. It's about 30 by 20.
Okay.
So making your way down, you can kind of get down the wall and cover the entirety of the room.
Yeah, perfect.
M3, what are you doing when you get in there?
So it's just myself, Cavalion, and Goatheart, correct?
Yes.
Well, that number adds up nicely. I cast Bless on us three.
Okay.
And then I walk in, shield forward.
All right.
Hanging back, do I see or hear anything come out of the room? Is there, did somebody teleport out? Like, I don't hear any clamoring in there now that there's three of them in there. Do I see anything?
No, that sudden loud burst of sound between the screaming and the smashing in the footsteps of Brother Mori is kind of settled into aside from the footsteps you guys can hear of each other, it's a pretty dead silence. It's an almost unnatural silence.
I begin to actually start to walk towards like the middle of the chapel, and just I'm listening as intently as I can for scurrying, shuffling, calamity.
Okay, you don't hear any of that at this point. Arvad and Brother Mori, what are you two doing?
So I'm pretty much like leaning against the wall by the door, going to the second room, and just like questioning, like, why did I come out to this chapel? And like almost like frozen, like I don't know what to do, what to move. So I'm just waiting there, like leaning, questioning myself, and waiting for seeing what is gonna happen next.
Okay, what are you doing, Brother Mori?
Brother Mori is just looking back at the where he just ran from, like through the door that they just ran into, and like just really confused why there isn't commotion, fighting. There should be a like brightly lit beast female thing in the center of that room, and there isn't. So he's just kind of staring in confusion, trying to process the situation. I think he's figuring out, like, there's a body at his feet that has been drained, and then he was seeing a body in the process of being drained. So he's just slowly putting that together over the next, 6 to 12 seconds or whatever it is.
Okay.
Do I see this like visible confusion
On Brother Mori's face? I'm guessing, yeah.
What did you shoot at?
It is not something I recognize, my brother.
But something.
What did it look like?
Elaborate.
It was possibly female.
Do women frighten you?
My brothers and sisters, there is a drained body of all of its life force at my feet. There was a body in that room actively being drained of that which gives it life and power by a female-ish creature that I attempted to blast with my own divine light, and apparently I did not hit this creature, so she is clearly extremely fast, which I believe we learned from your rat friend.
We did in fact learn from my rat friend that it is very fast.
So your rat did not steer us wrong.
Though I am out a significant amount of cheese.
M3, Do these things look like they died the same way that the guy down underneath the ground in the hallway died?
You mean James Franco?
Oh, is it M3 in here with us?
Yeah. James Franco is the guy that died, though.
No, James
Oh,
Franco.
yeah.
It is James.
Yeah.
James Franco.
Did these guys die the same way that James Franco died?
Yeah, it's Jonah Hill, one of them.
Looks like.
Yes. Appears to be the same neck wounds inflicted.
I start to just go walk back out the door. I'm basically like, nope. This is what happens when you go inside too long. Nope.
If you're in a house for too long, you get your blood drained.
You get your. I have not spent this much time indoors in quite some time. Nope.
I also, since hearing Brother Mori telling that what he saw and the fact that he wasn't able to hit this creature or whatever, I just ran outside of the chapel. I sort of like regain, like the ability to move, and I ran out of the chapel.
At which point I yell after him, if you're afraid, whatever it did this went outside.
Oh shit, no.
Then he stops, turns around.
I stopped, like, I was like, oh, sorry, I missed that. And
I thought he was
Probably
in the room
safer
with
in
us.
He said that there was a Brother Mori said there was a woman, a female, that did this, and something went through that door. It is now gone.
They went outside.
Oh, it went outside. I missed that part.
Did we actually see it go outside?
Well, we heard.
know.
I mean, we heard a door.
You heard the door explode.
Tore through the
Explode.
door. Yeah. It looks. The door to the
door went to the
outside of
outside
that room looks
of that
like
room.
blown apart, like it burst through the door.
Like something hit it with enough force to like blow it off its hinges.
Gotcha.
So it's outside. So whatever it is, it's outside. So yeah.
Well,
So I
we know
stopped.
it's not in that room. We think.
Gotcha.
You know.
Misunderstood that part.
We know it's not in that room.
I don't know. Like 8 of us can turn invisible.
Heading outside then.
I think we should.
I
stick
just slowly
together.
walk. I just slowly walk outside. When I get out there, I just take a deep breath of whatever decaying spores are around. Just as it's just like smelling salts.
So you step outside and you smell decay, but not natural decay.
I just like cough a little bit.
You smell of like fungus and that wet, natural decay is not there. It smells like James Franco.
Nobody likes the smell of James Franco.
Hold on. Fargus the mushroom farmer quite enjoys the smell of James Franco, despite the fact that
your zombies smell very different from James Franco.
fair. Oh my god, yeah, I guess, yeah. That is not natural decay. This must be why I was sent this direction.
My new brothers and sisters, should we burn this entire place to the ground? I feel like that is the reasonable solution.
I think we should take off and nuke the site from orbit.
That is the first sensible thing you've said so far.
What
Yeah.
about
And probably the last as well.
Brother Mori? Can you not only, reanimate the dead, but can you talk to the dead as well?
No, they are undead. They will listen to my commands. They will perform simple tasks. They are like a pack mule.
But we can't ask them what killed them.
I have never been able to talk to somebody who has lost their divine spark.
So it's as useful as talking to animals.
Whoa.
Yes.
Wow, the beasts of the earth and the plants.
Some animals.
Don't inhabit where you're from, tiefling. That does not mean they are useless.
Fair. We'll see. You prove me wrong.
So anyways, let's stack the corpses up and throw a torch on them.
What do I have that burns things?
My brother, I have a torch.
Yeah, but I wanted to call lightning on the chapel, but yours way is just as good.
Probably a little more efficient.
I mean, if you have this ability to nuke from orbit, as my elf brother over here has mentioned, then
Yes.
please be my guest to nuke this entire place.
It's the only way to be sure.
I just have some lightning. I
have
will work just fine.
I have not yet learned the ability to nuke from orbit.
I believe it's a ninth level spell.
Perhaps one day I will
Yes, absolutely.
reflect upon myself enough to unlock that ability within. But for now, let's just stack these corpses and these benches and such and burn this place to the ground as we walk away.
That's an excellent idea. Without looking back, of course.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
All
I shall
right.
provide excellent fertilizer for the trees to grow in their place.
Blood for the blood god, etc.
I like to watch.
Etc. Etc.
I don't know how I feel about me dick saying I like to watch.
He also never sleeps.
He also knows. He shoots people.
I like to watch.
So Josh,
What's
I think
that
we
figure in
stack
my
the bodies
window?
And, I think the plan is to stack the bodies and burn the chapel.
All right.
To the ground.
That's it. Just stacking the bodies up and burning the chapel.
On the altar, of course. We're not savages.
Okay. All right.
And Midik is the only one that's watching.
I will have James assist in, dragging the bodies together, some benches, kindling and such.
You see James grab one of the bodies and is like, oh, just. You see him bounce the body off the door frame twice before he realizes he has to move over.
Before we torch this place, should we not inspect it for valuables? Religious places tend to collect artifacts of monetary use as well as just raw ores and metals.
A piece of gold has never bought the friendship of a bird.
I don't want to be friends with a bird.
These House of Lies do
Why
sometimes
not?
require a tithing, but I do not think there is any, I don't know, churchgoers.
We could check.
All right.
I'll just start rummaging and throwing
check.
over.
While we,
I
please feel free to check.
Arvad and M3, roll me investigation checks. With advantage because you're basically ransacking the place.
16.
Okay.
22.
All right. M3, you are able to find in the room where you found the creature was seen, you were able to find a bag with 40 gold pieces in it. And Arvad, you were able to find a small wooden box that had 2 gold statues of Eliana. And you are not sure how much they're worth. They're about 18 inches tall, both of them.
I look at them and I say, and I put them in the bag and walk out.
All right.
Are there any books of note that are really old here that are still readable?
There's a few hymnals, things like that, but nothing of educational value.
Nah, don't need that. Walk out the door. Found what I could. You can torch the place.
All right. After probably the better part of an hour, it takes you to pile everything up and get it all ready. How do you ignite this place?
I will light a torch and throw it on the bodies and kindling.
As they're piling the bodies, I because 100% on board with burning down anything built by man. So I just start uprooting the pews and throwing them into a pile.
Okay. But like, how are you igniting this?
No, so I wanted to make a pile of pews, and then I was going to I assume there's religious books,
tapestries, things like that. Yeah.
Papers. So I mean, I am a woodsman. I have built.
That is what I meant by kindling.
I build a pallet fire in the middle of this church.
Okay. And so you guys throw your torch in, and it begins to burn and roar. Within a few minutes, fire's pouring
did we get James
out.
Franco out?
I don't know. Did you leave James Franco inside?
No.
Was he being like cool with moving the bodies, or was he kind of slacking off and not serving me as well as he should?
Just roll a d20.
For 20 minutes. I mean, this has definitely not been 24 hours.
No,
but if he's not up to snuff, then he can die with them.
Okay, fair.
Poor James.
If it's above 10, he did a good job.
Oh.
James Franco rolled a natural 20. James Franco was hauling those bodies like a boss.
Two at a time, like a fireman.
He was like, I didn't even like this fucker in life. It's like they didn't give me no food, left me down in that crypt. All right, but
yeah. James Franco's good. He's coming with us then.
So you, within a few minutes, you stick around long enough to see that it begins to burn. You could see flames kind of wreathing the roof. And where are you guys headed from here?
The most important thing is we walk away in slow motion without looking back. As some kind
Which direction are you walking away in? That's what I need.
I don't feel
away from the way the sun is setting, because that way we'll have the sun behind us as well.
All right. So
I like that.
Heading
Also, I'm not gonna say where to go because I said the chapel and this happened, so I'm doubting.
So you guys are going to
Goldfields
right now. You guys are all headed to Goldfields. So the moon is like behind you. The chapel is burning, and as you guys are walking away in slow motion, you can hear the creak of the roof truss and the poof, and like the shower of fire sparks as the flames just pour out.
I'm walking backwards because I'm watching, because I said I would watch.
Yeah, so but you guys have this burning silhouette of the church as you guys all including, so 6 of you are facing forwards and 1 of you is facing backwards. James Franco is just kind of shambling along behind Brother Maury. But
some kind of Reservoir Dogs music playing.
Yeah, just some epic music. And that is where we're going to take our break.
Yes.
So, for everyone hanging out, we're going to take about a 20-minute break. We should be back around 9 o'clock Eastern time. What is that on Pacific time?
6 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, we'll be back at 6 o'clock Pacific time. Yeah, just picture the party slowly walking away while
backwards
and forwards, while this chapel burns.
Do I know how to build a fire? Do I know how to build a fire?
But all right, we'll be back. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, and we'll see what happens while they travel.
All right.
Literally going to be eaten by a vampire.
Oh my God.
Possibly. All right, we'll see you in a few minutes, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. And Brother Maury has his banana out.
Always have the banana.
To be fair, he had it out for the last 20 minutes. He was showing it us on camera while no one else could see.
Oh. Ooh.
And Medic over there was polishing his helmet.
Yeah.
Wait, whose helmet was being polished?
Wasn't mine.
His own helmet?
Scary and terrifying.
His own helmet.
Did he watch? Did he make eye contact and watch while he had his banana out?
Well,
Slowly. And whatever he did it slowly
Ooh.
whilst making eye contact.
That's rough.
Yeah.
So,
I thought that's why he gets paid extra.
with sandpaper.
Oh,
so when last we left off, you guys had walked in slow motion away from the burning church while not looking back, except M3, who likes to watch. So the 6 people walking away, I should say the 7 with James Franco.
Undead are people too.
Sure.
Ish.
Sure.
When you name it.
can we name the episode I like to watch?
Yes.
Yeah, that is a great episode name. Yes, give me 1 second.
Before we dive back in, I think that's a good episode name.
Done.
I like to watch.
Is done. All right. As it is a great episode name. After walking away from the burning, collapsing church, you enter into the forest on your way to Goldfields.
The town formerly known as Goldfields.
Yeah. I mean, it's still kind of known as Goldfields. It's just not populated. So, as you walk your way through the woods, the first thing that most of you notice, especially you, Fargus, is a stark lack of animal sounds. Even in the night, you usually hear some things rustling in the bushes and moving around. You don't hear anything other than the occasional howl of a distant wolf.
I noticed this, and to the rest of the party, it might seem like I'm completely manic, but I start making different animal calls to try to elicit a response, to see if they're there and silent, or if they're just not there at all.
Okay, roll performance check.
I have okay. Would I get that at advantage because I'm trying to do it to animals, or no? Because it's Fearbogs, it's advantage when trying to persuade. It's you have advantage on charisma checks that influence them. Performance is a charisma check.
Then yeah.
No! Damn. So close. 9 is the best one. It spun off the 20.
Yeah, you're not really getting a response back at all from anything. The closest thing you hear to any kind of animal, aside from the wolf howls, is occasionally you'll hear a bat kind of flutter through. Because you spend most of your time in nature. That's about all that you would hear.
Okay. If anybody would want to talk to Fargus as to why he is just making random animal noises into the silence.
Is that something that you do normally?
Only when it is this quiet. It shouldn't be this quiet.
Okay.
Why? What would make it this quiet?
Well, I was hoping they were just being quiet, because that would mean that there is danger, or could be us, sometimes large group would make them be quiet. But no responses means that they're just not here. And an empty forest is not a safe forest. He just keeps walking. I am sprinkling glowcap spores behind and just hitting him with like a little druid craft just to make like a little
every so often
15, every 15, 20, maybe every 30 feet you just see like a little patch, a little grow of mushrooms.
A little clump, boop, pops up. Okay. Yeah, if you look back your trail, you see like glowing, almost like those strips in the highway, just like a glowing line of lights, very faintly glowing off into the backwards in the direction in which you came. So who is leading this escapade through the wilderness?
I will.
Okay.
Is there a path, or are we just going through the actual forest?
You're just kind of going through the forest.
Then I would be up front with you, Cavalian. This is my jam, guys.
Roll me a survival check at advantage, Cavalian.
Oh my god. Nice.
25.
Okay, so you have a general. Every once in a while, you stop, check the stars, get a general sense that you're going in the proper direction. Go ahead.
Because Cavalian is in the lead, I'll come up the end. And because we knew each other previously, I'm going to trust that he knows where we're going. And so I'll have his back.
Okay.
I'm somewhere in the middle, I guess, with me dick.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Just, is it out or is it just...
No, it's not.
It's very
it's safely tucked away in his pants.
I mean, he's a bard, so you gotta ask. Any other class?
Even look like?
just red or purple or blue, whatever color.
That usually means you need to go to the doctor.
Usually, but in our case,
in human cases.
Yeah. So as you make your way fairly easily, I shouldn't say easily. You make your way fairly certainly through the woods. The kind of hours pass on as you travel. Is there anything you would like to do during the few hours that you're traveling?
Well, I'm mapping. That's what I do. So I've got my map out and I'm keeping track of where we're...
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm kind of curious. I wanted to ask, everybody like what they were doing before getting captured. If they were heading anywhere specifically, or
who would you like to start with?
I will ask. Vargas. No, I'm in the middle. So I'll ask Brother Maury first.
I must prepare my sermon for you then, no, I'm just...
I was like, well, maybe not Brother Maury.
No. Brother, what did you say your name was again? Arvad?
Arvad.
My brother, I've just been traveling from town to town, city to city, place to place, spreading the message of divinity within. Because a lot of people believe a false narrative that the gods are real. And if they are real, I will, give them that. Then they are cruel gods that have cursed us with mortality. So I just spread the good message that we can find that divinity within. And I just travel town from town, giving that message to the people. Hopefully setting them on the true path and not a false path like the one we just came from.
If I may.
Oh, yes. Yes, me dick.
I am evidence to the contrary. You see,
you are obviously not. You are a bloodless monstrosity.
while it may be difficult to prick me, I will still bleed.
Fargus just laughs.
Is that about pricks now?
My friend, I do not believe there is blood coursing through your tubes.
It is a fluid that I use to transport nutrients throughout my system for maintenance and for capabilities. How is that any different from any other blood?
It is not a true life force from within.
But
It
cure
is
wound
a
spells work on me
false
too.
life. I'm sorry?
But cure wounds also work on me.
I mean, I can take a hammer and nail to some wood and patch it up, but that does not mean I have cured its wounds.
Well, cure wounds won't work on a tree.
I mean, a tree also does not have blood. Are you comparing yourself to a tree?
No, you are.
I'm not comparing you to a tree. I'm just saying you are a creation. You are a machine.
I
You are
am a
not-
machine. Absolutely.
You are not blood and flesh.
No. But
No.
it does not need to be blood and flesh to have a soul. For that is what drives me.
That is a falsehood, my friend.
That is.
I just
from
like how the robot's
your
pointing
perception.
out logical fallacies in like this religious preacher's
It's like an AI, like wrong.
wrong.
Error. Query.
Fargus hears this and just turns around. Brother Mori, I have spoken to a tree. Does that make the tree not alive?
That is some weird voodoo magic that you are performing to talk to a tree, or you may be on some drugs.
But
and
the
you are
tree
just imagining what that tree is saying.
Que no los dos.
¿Por qué no las dos?
Weird. All trees actually do speak Spanish. It's weird. That's not canon for Josh's sake. Because I do have a spell, Speak with Plants.
So Josh is gonna have to speak Spanish now.
Nope.
I'll translate. I'll speak for the trees.
Arvid is now.
Are you the Lorax?
Arvid is the trees when I don't use the spell, and you're the trees when I use the spell because Fargus doesn't speak Spanish. But either way, brother Mori, having known some of his kind, they're more alive than dead, and I think both of us know the difference between alive and dead.
I do not question his livelihood. I'd say it is a false life.
Then
he
yes.
is. If the gods are real, then he is here to flaunt that they could grant us all immortality, but have chosen not to. They have chosen to curse us with mortality.
I think that dying is the most important part of living.
And I firmly disagree.
What would be the point?
Point is to live forever.
If tomorrow is always promised, why do anything today?
Is that not what the gods are doing then? They have promised themselves tomorrow, so they do nothing for today? Do you look around at this world and see the bright light that the gods have shined upon it? Or do you see a church burning in the distance after a beast drained the blood of its clerics? Why was that god not there to protect them?
Maybe they were not as devout as you.
Or perhaps it was meant to be. I, after all, do represent my own god of Ayun. And so I watched it happen. I watched it burn. Perhaps it is meant to be.
Have you spoken with this Ioun?
I have spoken with deities from times before. At the Dawn Wars, there were many fires.
You have memory of these Dawn Wars?
Yes.
I would like you to enlighten us.
This has now become a conversion. Mickey, roll new character. Brother Mori is now a cleric of Ioun.
What may be legend in your time was just history for me. And what may have been thousands of years for you was but months ago for myself before I was deactivated. If anything, I'm on a quest to access knowledge of the gods.
Knowledge that they are all evil, or that they are not real?
Knowledge is neither good nor evil. Data and information is simply data and information.
All ones and zeros.
1 0 0 1 0 1 1 0 1.
Speaking binary now.
Josh, do I know about Ventura? And like not necessarily that she individually is sending me in this direction, but like I know of her and
Oh yeah, druidic teaching. Yeah, druidic teachings come directly from her.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I worship a deity, but Ventura is responsible for all of these woods you see around you and the glorious expansion of these forests since the fall of what was that place, Silverguard.
My friend,
Everything has been good.
Brother Fargus, you cannot look around and tell me that what you see is good. You just told me that the animals have ran from this area.
No, that means that something bad is here. For all I know, that bad could be us.
So you're saying I have linked up with evil individuals? Because I don't seek to spread evil through this world.
I don't think anything is good or evil. There's... Well...
There is definitely good or evil.
There's definitely.
That thing
I
that
turned to him and I say,
Yeah, the thing that drained the blood from those clerics, I would say is evil.
But what if the clerics were evil? That would make that thing good.
I don't think evil killing evil makes the evil good.
I think it does.
That's a lot.
That's a lie.
Agree to disagree. But I think the gods are real. Whether they care about us is irrelevant.
If we burn this entire forest down and we kill some evil things in it, did we do a good thing by burning the whole forest down?
Absolutely not. There will be
Well then,
repercussions.
see?
We don't burn forests here.
Yeah. So evil doesn't necessarily make you good by killing evil.
Degrees and measures. Depends on how far you want to go.
I'm 20 wisdom and this has gotten too existential for me, so I just
You just see Fargus like shut up and turn around and keep walking. Like, no, we're done.
I am curious, Fargus. What were you doing before you were captured?
I have been noticing things like Brother Mori says he saw.
Evil
the
things.
The forests are not filled with just beasts anymore. And after a lot of thought and consideration and being with nature, something had drawn me in this direction and did not have much of an explanation, but I fell asleep and woke up in a cell with all of you while on my way to do whatever it is I was supposed to do, and here we are. But something is not right in the woods. Any of the woods, but just in general. There's I sense a disturbance in the force. No, but yeah,
Something is
basically,
amiss.
Something's not right, and it's sort of my thing to help when that's the case.
Interesting.
Twitter actually sent me this direction, but he is an idiot.
Cool. Interesting. Mr. Cavillion up front. Gohard, curious about how you guys know each other.
We served in a mercenary company together.
Yes.
Silver Guard.
For a few years,
Right.
until Pavilion left to go his own way.
Yes. My tour of duty had concluded, and I elected to retire instead of signing on again. Now I make maps. That's what I do. I travel and I make maps.
Maps are always needed.
Happy.
I respect the acquisition of information and data and collection.
Brother Cavillion, who do you make these maps for?
Whoever will pay me for them. I'm a member of the Cartographers Guild, but I had a store of my own for a while until the Wanderlust took me again. But I make illuminated maps, or functional ones, depending on whatever is required. But I find it best to go out and make them in advance of actually needing them, so that I have them on display, ready to sell. And that's what brought me this way. Fortunately, the skills I learned, that of scouting for the company that I was part of, have allowed me to be able to go out into the wilderness and keep myself to myself, and to be able to do these maps with the smallest amount of fuss possible.
How far are your collections as far as your maps are concerned?
I think I have several square miles worth of maps. I probably made 80 or 90 or so over the years.
Interesting. I'm fairly certain the terrain and the landscape has changed since I last viewed the lands.
Yes, it very much has.
So go empires and kingdoms.
Josh, do I have any maps of the Great Forest?
On you, no. You're kind of a like, I've been this way once.
I just didn't know. I didn't know if, like, in my mushroom trading, that like all the trinkets and stuff that I get, if somebody had given me a map of it. Not that I would necessarily care, but I just didn't know if it was.
I'm like, have you ever had one? Probably, but you were probably like, oh yeah, this really doesn't mean anything to me. So you probably traded it to someone or gave it to someone. Like, yeah,
my way around anyway. Okay, I just didn't know if I had one on me.
In my mind, I'm envisioning you at like a mushroom trade show. There's just like booths.
MushCon.
ShroomCon.
Mushy ShroomCon. It's Farius has a cart full of different varieties of mushrooms that he just like forgets places.
The whole cart.
I don't have it with me presently. Like literally a whole cart that I just come across every once in a while. Oh, there it is.
I guess after talking to everybody, I'm like inspired, and I just write a poem in my book.
You're a curious one, tiefling.
Yeah. I'm actually in search of a god. I need to find this one god for something. And in the meantime, I'll make
Morty
sense.
Says that he doesn't exist.
We agree to disagree. We shall prove him wrong.
Do you seek to find this god to kill him?
No. I must return something to him.
I'm honestly, we have a long way to go through the woods. I'm not even gonna touch that one.
Yeah, and it's okay. It's not like I want to share it. You know, in my voice, that is not something that I'm willing to like super share. Just sort of like the tone of my voice, just leave it at that. But I keep writing.
Looking back, did anything ping on detect magic when he was around?
Yeah.
Maybe.
So as you continue through the woods, the kind of hours begin to pass. Make one more survival check with advantage.
Everyone, or
Just Mr. Cavelian.
first?
26.
It's kind of the hours begin to pass, and you kind of turn the corner. You're coming into closer to morning, but it is still dark. You come to the forest starts to get clearer, and so the forest is like growing in this direction. The old growth forest kind of becomes newer growth. You can begin to see patches, and it looks like this was at one point a worked field. You begin to see the first remnants of some kind of civilization. You know, a hovel here or a house that has kind of collapsed in on itself. You know, nature has definitely taken this area back.
Okay.
Traveling even further into the morning, you see those first that first warming of the sky behind you. You come to, you can see what looks like a small town off in the distance, dominated by what looks like one large structure.
Okay.
Another chapel to burn to the ground, or
This looks like you could see like what buildings look kind of like a city, and it looks like one big house. The buildings that you're passing mostly are like, you know, half the size of what you would normally think of a building.
So for a smaller race, like a dwarf or something, or
Like like a halfling house.
okay. And that house that's in the middle, what sort of condition is it in? Is it
The Shire.
destroyed as everything else?
The city looks like the buildings are still are still intact, and you're still off like far enough away that you can't really judge the quality of them. They don't look like, you don't see any roofs that are markedly pitched in. Not yet.
All right. Well, I'll make sure the rest of the group knows that we're approaching Goldfields, or what I presume to be Goldfields.
Understood.
And then we'll go in cautiously. Now, I'm hoping that Goatheart is going to be kind of watching what's going on. So, because I was always the scout for the mercenary company that she was in, I had like a whole series of hand signals that people would recognize. So I'm hoping that she remembers all of those, so I can start to do the sort of hand signals so that she can relay information back to the group.
Okay.
Sure thing.
But we will kind of go in, not directly. We'll try and find like an angle that gives us the most cover as we go in, just in case.
Okay. Yeah, you can see the forest still hasn't encroached this far, so you're into smaller, 8-foot, 10-foot sapling trees almost. Before it becomes kind of an open field. You can see that the grass really isn't growing around this too much, and you can see ahead of you a bridge that looks to be over something.
Is the grass not growing in an unnatural manner, or
Can
I tell?
Make a nature check.
$13.
You're not sure if it's a natural or it could be like a pollutant or something, but it's almost like a circle around the town that you can see that the grass is going from like lush green to like faded brown. And the closer it seems to get, the more it seems to be kind of withering and struggling.
Fargus, what do you make of this? Look, it almost looks unnatural, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Do you have any information? Does this mean something to you?
So as I'm looking at it, is it? I guess how do I want to phrase this? First thing I do I smell that same like decaying smell? Like that same like fungal, like not natural, not
fungal. It's like almost like something that's dead that fungus won't touch. That kind of decay smell.
Okay. I mean, would it be nature, arcana? Like so I'm noticing that it's an unnatural thing, but like I obviously investigate it. What do you want me to
roll a nature check?
Anticipate? Don't suck. 12. 13.
I mean, you're gathering. It's not like I don't want to say this. It's not something that like. It's something that's out of place, but you can't put your finger on what it is that's out of place about it. Like you know it's not natural, but you're not sure why.
I don't necessarily want to do this, but no, he wouldn't. Nah, he wouldn't do this quite yet. I'm not sure. It's the smells aren't right. The grass should not be growing poorly here. But yet it is. I get the same feeling as I did in the forest. This isn't as it should be, and I think this might be why I was supposed to go this direction. We should tread cautiously.
Query. Is your sense of what is... I scared him with query? No. Query. Query. Is your sense of what is wrong growing stronger or weaker as we have traveled in this direction?
Something doesn't quite add up in this area.
No difference. It's just not... There's not a good reason for the grass to not be growing well. This is unnatural. I know what nature is, and this isn't what should be occurring.
Yes, there is definitely something awry here, but I'm not sure what.
Josh, do I still hear the same silence, same animal silence? Nothing. Like, am I still getting nothing?
Yeah, you're not. Every once in a while you'll hear a wolf howl, and that seems to be getting closer, but you're not like on top of it yet.
Yeah, I got nothing.
All I would say is just keep your eyes peeled. There is something wrong here. Make sure you keep a watch.
I can't say that it is dangerous, but something is affecting. I mean, visually, yes, but this shouldn't be happening.
Not enough data for any sort of specific course of action. So let us just continue forward.
Question: Does it seem like it's a perfect circle, like a sphere had sat on it, or is it like a uneven?
It's not like a perfect circle, like a hard line, but it's fairly consistent in the fact that it kind of follows the town barrier, like the edge of the town.
Maybe whatever it is was the reason for the town becoming abandoned in the first place.
Could be.
Josh, how long ago was I here?
About 70 years.
Okay, so it was like bustling then.
I wouldn't say it was, but it was in decline, but it was still
Busting.
still still trying to get through.
Okay. I take just some generic like acorn shroom spores out of my pack, and the area that's like brown and deadened. I spread some kind of like across that line, and just use Druidcraft to accelerate its growth. And just, am I seeing that same effect? Like, is it significantly less on the side? Like, is it just stuff just doesn't grow well? Is there like a defined line?
Read Druidcraft real quick.
I mean, it'd be like I'd cast it multiple times.
I mean, no.
Okay, so the way I guess this is a good question for you, but just the way that the way that a druid would do, like make a flower blossom or a seed pod open.
Yeah, I mean, you're
mushroom.
getting some small mushrooms to sprout, and it looks with the Druidcraft. I mean, you get a nice line where you sprinkled the spores.
That's about as scientific as I'm gonna get, guys. I don't know.
I guess the only thing we can do is continue into the town and see if we can figure out what's going on.
Agreed.
I've seen everyone in this group so far do something pretty spectacular, so whatever's in there, I'm sure is in trouble.
I am glad this group is not entirely incompetent.
More aggressive than I would have went with, but yes.
Aggressive positivity.
I tell him like, thank you.
You're not all.
Question mark.
Percentile of survivability increases.
As you guys begin to move forward, Mr. Cavalian, are you still leading the charge?
Yeah, we'll do.
I'm still tight on. I'm still pretty tight on him.
As you guys move into closer, you see that bridge, and you can see what looks like a stream used to run through there. I shouldn't say stream, a small river. And you can see that now all you're getting is a few trickles of water that are running down through that. Looking around to the far edge of the city, you can see that there's what looks like a rough dam was kind of piled in there. And like the water flow was blocked from there.
Okay. Looking at it, can I tell how long ago that happened? Roughly. I mean, last year, 10 years ago.
Probably within a year.
Okay.
And
so someone has been...
Yeah, it looks like it was intentional too. It doesn't look like something fell into it. It looks like something just closed this off. You can see some of the trickles of water kind of coming through, and you can see, looking back, kind of a flooded section of what used to be a field.
Somebody's been here recently, it looks.
Perhaps a large beaver.
I mean, that is entirely possible, although
I'm
somewhat
unfamiliar with
unlikely.
a large beaver. Normal beaver.
A giant miniature beaver, perhaps. No, I believe this is the work of human hands. Humanoid hands, at least.
I would agree.
It's too precise work. It's done in such a way that lends me to believe it wasn't the randomness of an animal.
Understood.
But it does mean that people have been here within the last year, so we should definitely keep our eyes open even more.
Agreed.
Josh, same thing. I kind of just like ask Tweeter to do a circle.
Okay.
I mean, not. I can't. I know I won't be able to necessarily understand, but I'd be able to understand if he came back panicked.
He kind of goes up and does a. You see him kind of flitter off and up and, half a minute or so goes by, and he comes back and lands on your shoulder. Seems okay. He's very slightly unnerved, but he's been that way for a while.
Yeah, it's just kind of the gist that he has at the moment.
Yeah.
I think we're okay, at least for now, from what Tweeter could see.
Very well, then shall we enter a building? Probably
Yes.
the large one.
I'm curious about that building. I want to get a bit closer and have a look at it, see whether it's in the same condition as the others.
Well, I don't want to enter the smaller ones because I probably won't fit.
No, very true.
Like
It's like
three
they
of
were
us.
designed for half life. I don't even think I'll fit, and I'm certainly not as big as some of you individuals. Yes.
All right. Entering in, you cross the small bridge, and enter in. And as soon as you kind of breach into the city proper, you see almost like a small layer of fog clinging around the city, just kind of there. You also notice that some of the houses here are like human-sized, some are halfling-sized. It's kind of a mix. The large structure looks like a
Oh God, what is that grin?
nothing.
You gonna use the word phallus?
Not today.
Okay.
Mushroom.
Don't check. Anyway, it looks like it was made for humanoid. It's definitely big, lavish. It looks like it's 2 stories. Just a very large house. Almost more akin to a manor than a house.
Very
Hello,
well.
do we see-
Was it here when I was here 70 years ago?
Roll me a memory check. Roll
History?
history. Yeah, give me a history check.
Solid +0. Let's go, baby. Give it to me.
20.
5.
You're not sure. You never made it into town. You like stopped outside and people came and saw you, but you were like, yeah, I'm not going over there.
There's no one around or nothing, right?
Roll me a perception check.
This is my passive 18.
Watch this. Watch this.
Do it. Do it.
15. 15.
No, you don't notice anyone apparently. You do see, however, some cart tracks kind of recently having come or gone.
I point them out to the group. Be like, perhaps we're not alone here.
Oh, then it'll make it easier when I do this. I walk up to the door and I just thump on it really hard.
Okay.
So much for subtlety.
We're not subtle.
No.
I was told it's supposed to be polite to knock around in these times.
I mean, 2 of us are 8 feet tall. We're not. There's nothing subtle about the group as a whole. not. And only one of us is kind of maybe human.
Who's
Kind
what?
of maybe human.
Definitely human. Definitely a human.
A few seconds pass, almost a minute passes. You hear click, click, and one of the doors opens.
I'm standing at the door. What do I see?
You see a tall, for a human, standard tall, give or take, 5.5, maybe 6 feet, slender, well dressed, but not in like finery, and he opens the door, very slowly, kind of gives you this look, like almost of surprise, but he very well maintains his composure.
Can I help you?
Good evening. We are travelers from the road and the forest beyond.
I think he meant good morning.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was wondering.
No,
about
he
that.
said good evening. He meant good evening.
Wait, I thought
It is
I thought the
morning.
sun-
It's morning.
It's morning?
It's morning.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good morning then. Sorry. My internal clock must be maladjusted. It's been a while since I last synchronized. At any rate, we are but travelers on the road, seeking a place to rest for a moment and information of what has been going on in these parts.
You can see he like ducks his head down to kind of check out the group as a whole.
And then just shuts the door, let's face it.
God, we are an odd group.
You can keep kind of taking stock of you guys as a group. The lord and lady of the house are not in, but I can offer you rest and food.
That's very kind of you.
He
I look up and then I like step aside so she can talk.
would you care to enter? As he kind of like pulls the door back. You notice he's like staying like just deep enough in the house that he's kind of shadowed.
Thank you. Yes, we will.
I make a little bow as I enter.
As you step in, you're in a fairly a fairly decent entryway. It's kind of the center of the house. You see two staircases that kind of spiral up to a balcony on the second floor and a door on either side of the room, like to your right and to your left.
So I stand kind of awkwardly because I'm sure that the ceilings are sized for humans and not for Goliaths and furbolgs.
This is a pretty big place, so even though it's like human sized, it's like 10-foot ceilings, and it's like
It has high ceilings.
I think almost like
It's a fancy house.
turn of the century plantation home size.
Okay.
Would you like us to get the cobwebs?
He kind of looks around. No, there are lots of cobwebs. There's like almost a layer of dust in certain things.
But I can just.
No.
You mentioned the
Hello,
madame.
Yes,
You mentioned
the lord and lady.
the Lord lady. Where they're not here. Where are they?
I am not privy to their travels.
What are their names, if we may ask? The names of our host, I suppose you may call them.
You will meet them.
How do you know we'll meet them if you're not privy to their travels?
They,
Out at night, mostly.
they should be back when the sun sets tomorrow.
So you are privy to their travels.
Not where, only when. They asked me to expect their arrival.
My brother, what is your name? So that we may address you properly.
He gives like a half bow. I am Zed.
Brother Zed, we appreciate your hospitality and the hospitality of your lord and lady. I would greatly appreciate a place to sleep, maybe some food, anything you may offer, we would gladly accept.
I will have the chef make some meals. Would you like to
See the
dine in the
menu?
kitchen or
See the menu.
would you prefer to dine in the kitchen or dine in your rooms?
I think the kitchen would be fine.
Kitchen.
I think kitchen.
Well, I'm sorry, dining room. But he kind of. Do you have James Franco with you? That is a question.
Oh yeah, of course,
Okay.
James Franco.
No, James Franco's here.
Hey, he doesn't pay any mind to James Franco, by the way.
All right,
That's not right.
that's a little odd. Yeah,
I-
that's a big red flag.
Okay.
No, I try to make eye contact with Cavelian. I don't know, dudes. I don't know if he meets that gaze or not. I'm trying not to be.
Yeah, I will.
I'm trying to be subtle. I give you this look like this is not. This is off.
I'll just kind of like nod once so you keep your gaze. I must head outside just to attend to some matters. I shall be back in a minute. Thank you so much.
I sleep outside, but I will take dinner.
It's been a while since I ate at a dining table, so I'm really looking forward for this.
You see, when you say you have to step outside, he like walks back to the door and unlocks it and opens it for you.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. I'll be back shortly.
I follow him out just as like a as a druid being indoors is
He like as soon as you guys step out, he like shuts the door and you can hear the locks.
This is off.
There's something wrong here. Did you notice that when the door opened, he took a step back to remain in the shed?
He also paid no attention to a literal zombie.
Yes, that was the reason I finally decided, I think, to leave.
I'm going to explore around in a as subtle way as possible the manor.
Question, what do we know, if anything, about the existence of vampires?
What?
They exist.
Actually,
what do we know about them? Anything?
They exist.
Have I come
That's it.
across?
Okay.
Have I come
Rumor
across any-
has it if you hold your fingers like this, they won't bite you. But you're not sure if that's the truth or not.
Okay.
I'm sure that works.
Bite the fingers.
No, you have the cursory knowledge that they exist and that they're powerful. But that's
Do we know about like the bite marks in necks and things like that, or some real basic stuff?
yeah,
bet
fairly
they can't.
basic that they drink blood.
And they can't go out during the day, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
okay.
like fairly basic.
because the body back at the chapel had a couple of holes in its neck, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
James
The first one too.
Both
The
bodies.
first one in the jail.
So does James Franco.
James Franco does.
Okay. So yeah. So I will, Argus, the body that we saw back at the temple, the church, had two holes in its necks, very similar to that of the vampire. The man himself refused to step into the light, was completely nonplussed with the existence of a zombie in his house, and his master and mistress are going to be coming back tomorrow evening once it's dark. I'm not happy by any of this at all.
I agree, and I don't. But even 30 years ago, you told me that the existence of such things were about. I would dismiss it, but not anymore.
Josh, if I look about at all the farmland and all of the sort of arable or tillable land around here, has any of it been worked at the moment?
No.
Okay.
No. The land coming in, it would have once been farmland, has not been tilled either. Like you were coming through, forest was kind of pushing back into the city as the inhabitants had left.
And we obviously don't know that vampires can't cross running water either. That's sort of
No, it's not
far.
something you would know.
Okay.
Like you would know they exist, that they drink blood, that they don't go out in sunlight, but that's all based also on like what we know about vampires.
Yeah, we don't know much more than what you'd read in like the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah. Like, oh, they bite people and they can't go out in sunlight and they're really strong and they're dead.
And if you look at the land around here as well, Fargus, none of it has been tilled. None of it is being worked at the moment, so they're not getting food from the land. So unless they're importing it, which is going to be horribly expensive and infrequent, how are they feeding?
and I don't. I smell like it's like bad death, right? It's like there's
It's like unnatural death.
Yeah, it's like no, and
And a blighted land as well.
it's.
I don't think we should stay here.
We need. I think we need more information. Again,
I'm outside.
I feel compelled to address this blight.
I am a scout by nature, so that is what I intend on doing right now. Scouting.
I do a bit of my own as well. I think it best we take some time to look about. Our friends are capable, but we shouldn't venture too far.
I agree.
If you want to check the surrounding, I have means to check more of the manor.
Excellent. I'm going to look at some of these smaller buildings and see what lies within.
Josh, can I wild shape into a lizard?
What kind of lizard?
Just a little one. Little lizard.
Yeah, you can wild shape into a lizard.
Little lizard with a climb speed.
Yeah, sure.
Like a gecko that likes to sell insurance.
They're gonna
15% or more.
They're gonna need it when we burn this manor to the ground. But
Thin lizard. Some kind of thin lizard.
Dripper. Lizard has to be on here. There we go. Lizard CR0. Is there a slightly better lizard I can turn into? Let's go poisonous snake. Oh, no, that's a swim
So like a
speed,
viper. Yeah.
No, that's a swim speed, not a climb speed. Giant lizard would defeat the purpose of the scouting.
Sloth.
Lizard it is.
Okay. While you two are doing that, the other four of you, plus James Franco, are in the manor. Zed, after closing the door and almost automatically locking it, turns and just leads you in the door to the right, and inside you find a long table that is set. Unlike most of the things, there is no dust on the table. It's clean. It's nice. There are 2 candelabras, and he kind of motions for you to sit down as he heads down the room and turns into another door.
Before he leaves, I'd like to comment. I do not need a meal. However, if you have any apples, I would like some.
Why do you want an apple?
I have my reasons. I like apples.
Okay.
It keeps the doctor away.
Josh, I lied. I'm a spider. I didn't see it on the list.
Okay. As you Zed disappears in, you hear him speaking before you see a woman kind of open the door and take a peek, and she kind of gives you this smile and says, I wasn't expecting visitors, so dinner is going to be a few moments. Does your friend eat?
What friend?
Which friend?
That one points at Jane Franco.
Oh, brother James does not need a meal. No.
He wants an apple.
He would enjoy an apple like our friend M3 here.
Oh, 3 meals and 2 apples.
Yes. Do you get much trade or many adventurers through here?
Not as many as we'd like. And she kind of steps back and the door swings closed. And you can begin to hear the clanking before Zed steps out. I will see to your rooms. If you would sit and wait.
God, I don't like that phrasing.
Thank you, Brother Zed. How long has it been since the last travelers came through this area?
too long. You see his like very I don't want to say mechanical, but very like measured steps out and turn, and you can hear him kind of going up the stairs. After a few minutes, this woman comes out with a large tray. She sets down what looks like steak and some like almost looks like potatoes. Steak and potatoes, and on like a plate she sets an apple in front of M3, and on another plate sets an apple in front of brother James,
whose jaw immediately drops into the plate. Clock.
Just a
proceed
tongue.
to eat.
If you
M3 sees the apple in front of James, he's like, that seems like a waste, and he takes his apple and puts it on his plate.
if you would need anything else, just either ring the bell or send Zed.
Do you have anything to drink? I asked.
Oh yes. I'll be back in a
We
moment.
don't drink.
Blood, perhaps? Zombie shit.
Let's see what she brings.
She comes out with a large, like very ornate silver polished carafe and pours a dark red liquid into your glasses.
I did not get your name.
I did not give it.
Oh, I'm Brother Mori. How may I properly address you?
As a servant, I'm not to be addressed.
Well, I appreciate your service.
I try to smell the cup to see what it is that they served us in a drink.
It's wine.
It's wine. Yeah. I start eating. I'm starving, so I just get some steak, potatoes.
All right. Very good. Very well prepared. Go ahead.
I'm a little
well done?
suspicious of the drink. Is it rather viscous, or is it, liquidy like water?
Closer to water. It's not viscous by any means. It's just wine. It is wine.
She swirls the glass.
So it smells like wine?
Smells like wine. Tastes like wine.
Okay. I go ahead and I slowly begin to eat.
Okay. All right, Vargas, while they're eating and you are spidering your way around.
Oh wait, I'm gonna wait till they're like at least halfway through their meals before I try my meal.
Okay.
Is the meal any good? Like
putting that out there.
It's delicious.
It's delicious.
It's great. It's great.
Oh man, I might get another steak.
Apple.
And it's very strange the way he eats the apple, because when he eats it, you'll hear like some whirring and processing, and
A blender.
he swallows, and then he spits out dry pulp and puts that back on the plate, and it repeats that with the other apple, and
Your
dry
tubes
pulp
are
comes
full of apple juice?
Yes.
All right, Vargas.
Is apple juice? Okay.
You're
We'll
a
talk about it
spider
later.
outside.
I wild shape into a spider, and I just start going up the wall of the manor, and I want to peek into the windows if I see something interesting, go into the crack. So I guess I'm just exploring the other pieces of the manor, looking in the windows, looking for things that are second floor and up. I'm very skeptical.
All right, so when you get up to the second story, you get up like on the window, you manage to find a crack to look in. You can see Zed preparing beds, changing, like turning linens, you watch him come in, take a blanket off and fold it and pull another blanket out and lay it down, and smooth the bed out and make sure the pillows are good. You see him kind of like leave and trudge to the next one, and then repeat.
I like, as he moves room to room, I kind of watch him intently. Do I see anything particularly suspicious, or does he just seem, after like 3 or 4 rooms of him doing that, to you it seems like he's just stuck in like a monotonous routine, almost like he's begrudgingly doing it, but not in like a bad way, just like he's like, do the sheets again, do the blanket again, exactly the same, every room is exactly. Is there a third room? I know it's a bigger building. Is there like a third story to this?
No.
I try to just loop the outside. I look in. Do I see anything that's not like a bedroom? Is there an office? Is there a?
No, not on the second floor. You see, 6 rooms, 3 on either side, and kind of opposite where the front door is on the top. You see a large. Like you see a bedroom that's definitely way bigger, has a massive bed with a canopy that kind of goes like the 4 posts go up, make a canopy wrap around it. Looks like a very lavish master bedroom.
Is there, can I, like the window, is there a crack or anything that I can
No,
in?
It seems to be pretty well built and like secure. There's no real way for anything to crawl in through the windows.
Well, I need to call the Orkin man today. I guess I loop around and see if there's is there, as I've been going through and like around the windows, have I noticed anything as far as like a crack, like any windows slightly open? Like, can I get into this second floor from up here?
Yeah, you could. There's 2 doors. There's a balcony that runs the front with 2 doors, like one from either hall, and you could get like squeeze under that.
Okay, so I squeeze my way into the second floor then, and kind of just do same thing. Like, is it just narrow? Like, do I think structurally as I've gone around, is it like a hallway, and then the rooms flanking it? Like, what's the?
So there's like a large open area in the center, right above the front door, that has a balcony on like 3 sides, and like the wall where the door is would be behind you. So okay. It's like a big, and the hallway has like a banister on one side that overlooks that open, and then the 3 bedrooms down one side, 3 bedrooms down the other side, and then sticking out in the middle is this master bedroom.
I like kind of scoot up on the wall and go around and try to slide under the door of the master.
Okay. You enter in, like I said, you see that big 4-post bed with the canopy, like an armoire. You see a like a, what is that? Like a makeup stand, like setup.
Vanity.
Yeah, vanity with the bench, and a polished mirror.
Is there a reflection in the mirror? No, I'm just kidding.
No, you don't see yourself in the mirror.
I'm a vampire. The curtains for the windows, do they look like they would let light in?
Not when pulled.
Okay. Can I do a perception check to see if there's anything that looks out of place for what a normal master bedroom would have or look like?
I mean, there's nothing abnormal about it.
There just isn't. Okay. I mean, I creep around a little bit more. Can I like invest? The vanity. I like climb up on there. Just normal vanity. Anything that would warrant an investigation check. Not that I could open a drawer anyway. I'm a spider.
No, not really. I mean, it seems like a normal vanity. You see like powders and some rouge and things like that that are kind of on top.
I guess I leave out of there and go down to the main floor, and like I said, I mean, I'm really just looking for anything that's out of place.
Aside from the flowers being kind of dry and dead, everything in the house seems fine.
On the main floor, do I see anything that would look like a stairwell to a basement?
When you come downstairs, do you go through the kitchen or do you go through the dining room, or do you go the other way?
No, I just like go to that main stairwell and literally just like drop a web, like just like attach a web and just like.
No, you don't find anything in that center. In that first open like landing entryway, no, you don't find anything strange.
So is there like a hallway so there's 2 staircases that go up?
Yeah.
Is there a hallway that goes back?
No. There's like a door on either side, and that's it.
Okay, so then I do go in towards the kitchen then.
Okay, so you go through the door that would be like if you came in the door, it'd be to your right. You see sitting in there enjoying meals, everyone except James Franco, who's sitting in the chair just like staring at an empty plate.
I keep going past.
Does James Franco perceive the spider?
Roll a perception check for James Franco.
I'm gonna ask that be a disadvantage as I am a tiny spider and he is a zombie.
It's gonna be just a flat roll because he's not eating.
What is his wisdom? Oh, -2.
Yeah.
That is an 8 for James Franco.
As you look up Fargus, you definitely make eye contact with James Franco, but he doesn't. He's like, and that's it. Like he just watches you for a second, and then he goes back to staring at his empty plate.
Spider.
He's just like, oh, it's moving. Oh, plate.
Where's my apple?
Yeah, that's kind of what is going through his dead brain. As you squeeze back under, you see.
Can I try to? So once I go past them into the kitchen, I'd like to be a little bit more on the stealthy side, cling to the corners.
Okay.
Like, stay on the wall. Be a spider.
You see, a small cooking area that is. There's a woman with black hair, kind of working this little section. Kind of at this point, there's you see a tub there that she's washing dishes and cups, and you can see some food that has been recently pulled out of wherever she brought it from.
Is there like a cellar door, a pantry?
There's
where's she
both.
grabbing these ingredients from?
There is a cellar door and there is a pantry. With the pantry has the door open.
Can I again clinging to the side, like look into the pantry? Anything out of the ordinary? Weird ingredients? Do I see any garlic?
No.
Haha! Strike one, vampire.
Funny thing is, vampires love garlic.
I don't remember that. So nothing out of the ordinary in the pantry. Can I get into the cellar? Is there gaps in the
Yeah,
wood?
you could climb down into the cellar.
I climb down into the cellar.
As you come down, you do see what would be they call those. So you see coming through one of the walls like 2 small streams that kind of loop into and then drop and kind of go out the one side. And inside you can see various jars and cans.
Wait, 2 small streams?
Yeah, of water.
Coming into the cellar.
Mm-hmm. Like an old school. No, like an old school cool house.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. I was confused for a second. I'm like, are we all going to drown in 30 minutes? Like, okay. I'd climb up on the shelf and go around all preserves. Anything weird?
In the stream, you can't really see, they're foggy jars and some look like milk containers. Nothing seems out of the ordinary in the basement.
Yeah, then I keep exploring until I feel like I'm about to run out of time as a spider, at which point I head back to the front door.
Okay.
I just kind of trail along and double check things I looked at. Like honestly, sort of like dumbfounded that with all the eeriness that I'm feeling, I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary.
Mr. Cavelian, what are you searching?
I want to have a look to see whether the other houses are inhabited. Not necessarily go into them, but just kind of like look around them and have a look.
No. None of the houses seem inhabited.
So if I'll find one that doesn't seem inhabited that's some distance away from the manor house, and I'll try and find a way into that house.
Okay. The doors are like unlocked. They're closed and latched, but they're, nothing has been locked up or sealed in any way. Some of the houses have broken windows, some don't. They're, you can see a layer of dust on everything.
I will go in and start poking around a few of the houses.
Okay.
Looking for things that are just out of the ordinary, that just don't strike me as right.
The only thing that you really notice that isn't normal from an abandoned home is it almost looks like things were just like time just stopped and people left. So like there's like moldy food on plates on the table with silverware that looks like someone was eating and then just walked away.
The whole Mary Celeste thing going on.
Yeah, a little bit of that Chernobyl looking time thing. Like, oh, we got to go right now.
Do any of these houses have basements?
Here and there you find a basement, but not. It's definitely not the norm.
I will check in those basements for anything interesting.
Roll me an investigation check.
17.
I mean, you find things like logbooks of crop shipments and things like that. You find things like blacksmith tools or tinker's tools. Sometimes you find what looks like a hid away stash of some kind of papers, but they're too soggy to read. But nothing that screams horrible massacre, calamity, anything like that.
If I find bedrooms, do I find like personal effects still there, or money, or jewelry, or anything like they've just left everything and gone, or is all of that gone as well?
You do find clothes and personal effects, things like jewelry. Although most of it, you're definitely not the first group to pass through here. The scavengers have taken anything of value. You find, like bronze hair clips, some like a pendant that's, some like a copper with some type of worn effigy of, like a family member on it, but nothing that would be of any value.
Are there any holy symbols about anywhere? Like above doorways or anything?
Yeah, here and there you'll find one here and one there, but you don't find them everywhere.
Okay.
But it doesn't seem like any of them that you found have been like disturbed or anyone's tried to wipe them or to destroy them in any way.
Okay. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to go to the dam on the river and have a look at that and see how easy it would be to undam it.
Okay.
Curiosity.
All right. Make an investigation check.
$17 again.
Okay.
Wow.
It would, from the looks of it, it would be pretty difficult. The boulders that are blocking it are heavy. Like the size of a cart. So you're talking in the thousands of pounds.
Way outside of my ability then. Okay.
Yeah. Almost, you would get the idea that this would be damned by... This looks like it would take a bunch of people to do this.
Yeah. I don't know where else to look. I know there's something wrong, but I can't put my finger on exactly what's wrong, and I can't find any evidence to push me either way. But whatever it is doesn't feel right. But I don't want to go back to that house, especially because they locked the door with us in. But then do I want to be outside on my own? Maybe that's why they locked the door. Yeah. I'm just going to go around the outskirts of town a little bit and just kind of kick around and just look about, and then kind of work my way back into the manor in the middle.
Okay. So the only place you find anything that's weird is the stable, like a large stable that would be kind of on the outskirts, almost almost into the flooded section.
Okay.
And you can see that you can see the skeletons of the horses that look like they were killed where they stood. And you find 2 or 3 bodies hanging inside the stable.
Damn. How long have they been there? A long time.
Within a year. You know, like the better part of a year.
Anything apart from the fact they've been hanged, anything unusual about them? Throats cut or puncture marks?
You can't really see. The skin is kind of withered down to the point where it's mostly bone sticking through, with like that thin sheet layer. You can see tears and spots where birds have pulled parts off, but
is the ground beneath them sort of like red and rusty colored, like they've been bled out or something?
Underneath you can see like definitely discoloration in the soil in an area around them. Okay. Whether or not that was blood or just them decomposing and, you know, sloughing off, you can't really get a good, you know, estimation based on the time they were there, but it definitely looks like this is definitely was 3 females, three women. Okay.
And are there any marks on their bodies to indicate that they've been slashed or stabbed or anything like that?
Not that you could make out after this period of time.
Okay, the clothing's gone now as well, I guess.
The clothing is kind of what's left is, you know, the bottom is kind of fallen apart, but it's
gotcha.
Somewhat of a, you know, modest bit of clothing. You could tell it was simple clothes.
Okay. That doesn't fill me with happiness. No normal person would leave the bodies of 3 people hanging in a barn for a year, so. Okay. I'm going to go back to the last place that I left Fargus, because I don't know where he went or indeed what he is now, and I'm hoping that he will come back to that point and make himself known to me so that we can have a conversation. So I'm going to go back to that point and wait.
All right.
As I'm kind of spinning around and I see him, at least when I was on the outside, did I see him kind of in the buildings? Because I would have had like that vantage point.
Yeah, you would have seen him like disappear off into the buildings, but to track where he is.
Yeah, I go back, you know, however, you know, we walked out front to the kind of that courtyard-ish type space.
Yeah.
So I returned to that after an hour and a half or so.
Okay. The rest of you.
Yeah.
Finish your meals. Brother Maury, after watching everyone else eat at least half of theirs. Does anyone ask for seconds?
More apples, please.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That was delicious.
Seconds are provided. This time,
beautiful.
She does bring 2 apples to M3 and 1 apple to James Franco.
3 apples to M3.
But again, the food is delicious. Wine is poured. The wine is kept flowing. After, you know, a period of about an hour and a half, Cavalian and Fargus, you guys meet back up outside.
I managed to find anything.
First you look down and see a spider.
Step on it.
Do it.
Looking around. 4 hours goes past. He isn't anywhere to be seen.
Wait, so I crawl up to you as a spider. Do you step on it?
No, I won't step on it. But I will ignore it. Unless you start crawling up me, at which point I will brush you off because
I start crawling up his pant leg.
then I brush him off. It's a fucking spider.
Do I take 1 point of falling damage?
No.
Damn it. I really just wanted that to
Because
happen.
that would kick you out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's the point. I just I crawl off and I just drop wild shape.
Okay.
I didn't find anything. Yeah, you just from a tiny spider you see an 8-foot furbog appear. I found nothing.
I, however, found 3 bodies that have been hanged. They are in the barn, and their bodies have been there for maybe a year or so. Most unusual. Any normal person would have taken bodies down and buried them by now, so that's not right.
To be fair, though, doesn't seem to be very many normal people left.
That's the point, isn't it, really? There's nothing normal about the people in that house there. So I'm not entirely sure I'd like to say that.
This is real Castlevania-y. Josh, are you a Castlevania Netflix fan?
Castlevania's on Netflix? I had that on like Nintendo.
No, the show. Anyway.
No.
It's a good cartoon if you're ever into it.
It's fantastic. We are not sponsored, but definitely go watch that. I found nothing out of the ordinary. I looked at every room that I could find, looked in the cellar, the pantry. I expected to find something weird.
Yes, I expected to find more weird than I did. The houses look like people have just upped and left in very, very, very short notice without taking clothes. In fact, even leaving food on the table. It's almost as if they got up and left mid-meal, which is unusual. But 3 bodies hanging in the barn, it's just over there near the manor house, have been there for a year, I would consider to be very, very unusual.
I would agree, unless...
I think we're in a lot of danger if we stay.
Well, I hate to say it, but it may not have been an execution so much as a way out for the last 3 in town.
Going back on it, does it look like they hanged themselves, or were they hung? Were they hanged by other people?
Were there like chairs or barrels under their feet?
And how are they high up, or?
Their feet were probably, chest-ish level. But they definitely, it was a stable, so you could have got into the upper loft and jumped down. So, I mean, it could have went either way.
I don't think they committed suicide. I'm fairly sure that regardless what happened, any normal person would have moved the bodies by now. It's been a year. So I think there's something nefarious happened.
I think everything about what's going on is nefarious. It's probably a good word.
I do think we're in a lot of trouble.
Where I disagree is you thinking we should leave. This is a blight on the land, and if there's something that can be done about it here, perhaps that is why we are here.
Merely that we shouldn't stay the night inside their house. We can certainly come back and do something about the blight. Or if we do intend on staying the night, I would suggest we all stay in one room.
It would be hard. It would be hard to alert the others without raising suspicion.
At this point, I think I'd rather raise suspicion and be wrong.
I will take your lead on this.
Very well. Should we go back?
Only way is forward.
Excellent. Get back to the house.
Okay. Zed, who has been kind of
on it with my stick.
standing at kind of waiting, kind of standing in the dining room waiting on you. As soon as he acknowledges the knocking, you can see him kind of lumber over. You hear the doors unlock and you see him open the door.
Greetings. We have concluded our business outside for the time being. May we come back in?
Of course. And he steps back, back out of the sunlight and into the shadows and kind of waves you in.
Thank you so much.
You see him kind of, before he closes the door, he kind of steps out and like looks up and down both sides of the street and steps back in and closes, and you can hear the two latches.
Okay. Where are our friends assembled, please, my good man?
In the dining area, as he kind of gently guides you into the dining room where you see your friends sitting, eating. James Franco still staring at an empty plate.
Not dead.
I can't wait for like 8 hours from now when we're gonna have to just murder that zombie.
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
Eating my seconds.
Good, good. How is the food?
Oh man, he's so good.
Excellent. What are you eating?
Oh, we had a delicious steak dinner.
Steak?
Steak. And as I'm saying that, I signal Pavilion with our all clear sign and with kind of a questioning look in my eyes.
And I'll kind of like brush my hand through the hair and give the signal for no.
Nah, fam.
I make a signal too, just because they're doing things. I like brush my hair.
These apples are
Nothing.
mediocre, but they will suffice.
Yeah, did you know that he eats apples?
Who he does?
Him, and I point at the Warforged. He eats apples.
He
No.
processes apples.
It goes through my oral orifice.
And we can stop there.
And back out the oral orifice. Zed does kind of lean over. Would you like anything to eat?
No, thank you. I'm fine. I have procured myself some food whilst I was outside. Thank you.
And you?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, no. I have also. I take only from nature.
Then you could have an apple.
Question for you, if I please, my good man. Where did this steak come from?
The kitchen.
And do you have it specially imported?
The Lord and Lady like to keep their meats fresh.
Does the Lord and Lady have it specially imported?
I would imagine so.
But you don't know.
Especially
head of the
imported. No.
I mean, as far as servants go?
No.
So who would be in charge of the servants then? I mean, I'm not talking about the Lord and Lady, I'm talking about the head butler, for instance.
He travels with the Lord and Lady.
In his absence, who would be in charge here?
I manage the home and keep it clean, but he schedules all the deliveries.
I see. Thank you.
If you're done eating, I can show you to your rooms.
My brother Zed, is it just the two of you?
At the moment.
I don't know if I don't trust this or I don't trust Josh.
I'm having Kia's flashbacks where Kia's would be like, let's kill him and I'll take over, and it'll be Kia's manor.
It's not a bad idea. Obviously Kias only had good ideas. How he was able to become a god king. Exactly how that went.
God King Kias. So would you care to be shown to your rooms?
Sure. That sounds nice. Thank you.
As I
Will we
said,
be sharing rooms?
We have private rooms for everyone. Just enough.
to be quite frank, the last time we all had private rooms, it was a rather uncomfortable situation.
I will say that taller of you may find the beds sort of small.
Oh, I'm used to sleeping on the floor. It's fine.
May we take up residence in one of the human-sized houses outside the manor?
If you would like.
That's me looking around the group for some.
Yeah, I saw the look. Like, I kind of see the look in Fergus' eyes, and I understand that, you know, oh, maybe something's not quite right in this place. So I agree. I think I follow whatever he says.
Did you find a human-sized home or humanoid-sized home that would fit all of us while you were outside?
Josh, did I?
Nothing. I mean, you could all squeeze into one, but nothing that would comfortably fit everyone.
I don't really need sleeping space. I just need to have somewhere to stand. I can keep watch and watch all of you while you sleep.
I don't really need to sleep per se either. The houses outside are mainly for smaller folk, but we could squeeze into one of them.
There were some that were for humans.
Yeah,
right?
they're just small in square footage.
Okay. Oh, right, gotcha. Yeah, so there are a few houses. It would be a cozy fit, but we could do it.
Okay,
this is
that
not
sounds fine by me.
to deny your hospitality, Zed. As I said, we've been through a bit as a group, and separate rooms isn't great feeling for us right now.
M3 picks up on this. Yes, we prefer to sleep together.
No.
I understand. We all have our proclivities. And since, you know, he was guiding you out to the entranceway, you see he unlocks the door and kind of turns it.
I pay really close attention to how he locks and unlocks the door, whether it's a key, a bolt, if it seems like it's anything in particular. Like, I really focus in on the locking.
Two large handles that he turns.
Okay.
Very simple. It's just two handles. He goes, and a large metal, two-piece lock. You're not sure how the mechanism inside works, but you turn the handles to unlock it, turn them to lock it.
Can I try to subtly blow, so as we walk out, as we're walking out, as he's guiding us out, can I try to blow some mushroom spores into the locking mechanism?
That's gonna be tough.
I mean, so when I say subtly, what I'd actually like to do is basically lean over and pretend like I'm coughing and literally just cough mushroom spores into the lock.
Go ahead.
I do that.
Okay.
Oh, you gotta cough.
You see he's like, oh, I'm sorry for the dust. And as you walk away, you see him with a rag, like wiping the mechanism down.
The front of it, but I'm
like the whole door. He's like, this dude's nasty as fuck. Like, I don't want this COVID this guy's doing here.
I tried.
He's like, COVID got this town. It's not getting me. Oh.
Yeah, either way.
You're sure some is still in there. He's like, this nasty motherfucker right here.
My brother Zed, thank you for your hospitality.
Food was delicious.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So we all move outside? Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
I'm gonna take people towards the stable and show them what's in there.
As you guys walk out, you do see Zed after he's done wiping the door. You can hear the locks shut.
So my brothers and sisters, we're all in agreement. This is incredibly suspect.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet.
Oh.
Please, this way. In fact, Medic, that's why I would like your assistance, please, on the bodies that I'm about to show you.
Understood.
More bodies?
He leads you a good ways away from the manor towards the outskirt of town into almost the flooded area, where you find three bodies, three women, as well as outside you see two horses that look like they were killed and just dropped right there.
I mean, this is bad enough, but it's inside the stables.
Very well, then I suppose you wish me to inspect them?
Yes, your expertise on whether you think it was suicide or murder would be very useful, please. I know what I think, but it'd be good to have an expert.
Understood. And I'll do a medicine check?
Might I just say it's nice to see you two getting along.
Yeah, do a medicine check.
Credit where credit's due. He knows his stuff.
22.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, these you notice they're all women. Definitely hanged. A few of them had their two out of the three, the necks, you can see with your medicine check that the necks had snapped. The last one, you can surmise probably choked to death. You can tell that they've been here the better part of a year, although getting in like an exact time is just isn't possible. You can see underneath that, the bodies had decomposed and kind of drained their fluids onto the area and kind of turned it into like the dirt is like a black, greasy substance.
But other than the snap necks, no other sign of struggle?
The bodies are fairly weathered at this point, so it's not like you'd be able to see. You don't see any broken bones or signs of obvious stab wounds or tears. The clothing remains somewhat intact. You can see tears and spots where it's like deteriorated away, but no like cut marks or stabs. Nothing like that.
What's the inference from like two necks being snapped and one being strangled? Like, is it one pushed the other two off, or?
I mean, you could infer that. You could infer that two of them were heavier, and therefore the force of their bodies dropping caused their necks to pull apart, where the last one may have been lighter, so it didn't apply as much force. I mean,
any bite marks in the neck?
None that you can see. The skin is pretty bad, but nothing obvious.
Ligature marks are conclusive with the similarity to being hanged, or possibly even a suicide push. No other signs of struggle. However, I will note that it is somewhat peculiar that even though they have been here for a while, there have been no scavengers that have picked at them. And in this time, that would have been more natural.
Exactly, and the fact the bodies are still here and they haven't been removed by anybody in the house is also quite strange, but it is what it is.
With regards to scavenging animals, I have not seen a single animal other than Tweeter and myself for quite a time.
No,
right? I literally haven't seen any other animals.
No, you haven't seen any. You've heard some wolves, but that's it.
I do keep hearing wolves. Then you said we're getting closer to that, right?
Kinda. Not like directly in line, but you can hear them kind of off in the distance.
The closest animals I've heard are the wolf howls that you've all heard. It's odd. Very odd.
I don't feel safe staying in that house that way.
I gathered as much when you wanted us to get to some other living situation.
There's too much here that just doesn't add up.
I'm curious about the Lord and Lady, though. Maybe
Tomorrow
we could
night.
wait for them and see what they're up to.
Well, do we think that they are the cause of the blight upon this land?
They're the only living things, and quite probably sentient. So, if anything, they would have at least more information pertaining to what is going on here.
So, Josh, question. Yep. So, all of us are sort of like thinking that these are vampires, right? Because of what we've seen.
Okay.
Like,
I don't-
could we infer that?
What's that?
Would I know that? Would I, because of the marks and what we've been seeing, we could be thinking that. Yeah.
Maybe.
Because what I'm thinking is
You could also think like serial killer with a weird fork. They stab into their neck and let them bleed out, or all kinds of things.
We're thinking bad. We're thinking definitely not natural.
not natural.
And we know what vampires are, but it's not like we've ever dealt with one individually. Right. So it's like,
because what I'm thinking was perhaps that this lady was the woman that we found in the chapel that was sucking the cleric.
Well, phrasing, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, from that. You know.
He was sucking that cleric really good.
Yeah, really.
Drained him dry.
Drain him dry.
Oh.
Is this anyway. Discussion about vampires happening actively in the group right now or not?
Yes. No.
Well, I mean, I want to talk about it. So yes.
Okay. I wanted to ask just in terms of like what I knew about the world, if we could infer.
I mean, you would have a cursory, like everyone is grown up with the folklore of what a vampire is. You know, it comes in your room at night, sucks your blood. You know.
Would a tiefling have more? Would a tiefling have more of that being like fiendish in nature?
No. I mean, you don't just automatically know.
Yeah, what's Breath of Shot asking?
I mean, Medic's probably the least likely to know this. He's right. But yeah, like the rest of you would have like, vampires don't like sunlight. They can't go out in the sunlight. They're really strong, really fast, so really powerful. They're dead and they bite people and they suck their blood. But like, you don't have like an in-depth knowledge. You have like the same thing they tell you about like, dragons breathe fire and they fly and they collect they want to steal all your gold all the time. Like that's what you know about dragons. That's, you know what I mean? You have like a cursory understanding of like, this is bad, don't do it. And your parents probably told you as a kid, like, better shut your window or a vampire might come in and bite you. But other than that, it's like, unless you're hunting them actively, you don't really have an in-depth working knowledge.
Got it. Okay.
Saying we don't have a monster manual?
No.
So, like, no idea of how many legendary actions they have.
All 60 of them.
Yeah.
I don't like throwing the word vampire around, but there's been some evidence, and this is a very unnatural death that lingers amongst this place.
What's a vampire?
In legend, a thing that sucks blood, bites necks, doesn't like sunlight.
They're a form of undead.
Well, evidence currently suggests that perhaps we're dealing with one then, based off of your description.
Yes.
But those are the only clues. It's, to be fair, not the only thing that does that, and I'm not one to normally jump to conclusion.
I don't know many other creatures that bite the neck and leave 2 marks similar to vampire fangs, like happened in the church. So,
No, I would agree, but I mean, I guess to be fair, we have not traveled that far.
pretty well traveled. But
You say they are undead?
yes, they are.
Very well.
Yes.
Perhaps I can turn them.
Brother Maury.
I swear to God, if you use turn undead on the damn vampire, just turns and walks away.
God damn it! I can't come over here. I'm done.
Yeah. And encounter over.
I think it best we don't
Like this.
stay in the house, though I found nothing weird.
Then may I suggest this other place that we are staying, we reinforce all entrances and exits?
Yes.
I also think it right to, remove the bodies and do something with them. I personally, I have a particular fungus particularly good at breaking down this type of organic matter, so.
Well, perhaps if I am allowed some time to defragment some of my spell knowledge, then I can come up with a ceremony to sanctify some land.
Well, if they are the creatures that we think they are, then we need to take care of things while the sun is still out and then make sure that we are tucked in nice and tight by the time the sun sets.
How long have we been up at this point?
We're going on a little over 12 hours.
Fearbolg, you are a druid, I am guessing. I have some knowledge of your kind. Perhaps you know when the sun will be down? How much longer do we have?
Josh, I'm sure I would know.
Roughly, probably.
Exactly.
Roughly. You think you have roughly about 9 hours before the sun sets?
Before the
I
sun
would have adequate time.
No, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. About 11 hours. About 11 hours.
So the sun's just coming up now, right?
Give or take, yeah.
It's like 8, 9 in the morning.
Yeah, give or take 8, 9 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, they're old ropes. So I relay that information, like that's about as much time as we have. I just rip the 3 ropes from the beam and just carry the 3 bodies like out to the riverbank and just spread bone cap spores on them and just do like a series of druid crafts to just get the mushrooms to grow, because bone cap spores eat grave rot.
Okay. Yeah, you just see these 3 bodies slowly become a pile of mushrooms, basically.
Brother, that seems like a waste.
Remember, we are dust, and to dust we shall return.
I have not understood a single parable or whatever you have been saying.
I feel like that was a pretty good one. I thought
Was a good
I
one.
stole that one. I stole that one
Classic.
from the Catholic Church.
I think that was pretty good.
Classic.
Classic Catholic.
Most of your sayings have been the willow tree whistles at midnight, and that means nothing.
I said not all
Also-
willows. I said not all willows are trees. Some are people. People
Some
named
are
Willow.
pussies, but I don't know what you're trying to, what point you're trying to make.
I have a lot of mushrooms.
I'm just saying these bodies could have been useful to us.
They still can. They are still corpse. The mushrooms don't eat bone. You wanted a skeleton earlier.
You don't actually know that. Those were inner thoughts. Well, that was between me and brother Josh.
My lanta.
The only god I recognize in this world is brother Josh.
Did you say something about not
I,
kissing the DM's butt?
And we have come full circle to the ass kissing.
Judging by the alignment of the moon and the sun and Jupiter, I think Mickey's gonna end up with a artifact level weapon, you know.
I do that with the bodies and just it's
Okay. So I think watching the group of you kind of watches as Argus carries these three out, lays them down, and sprinkles dust. And within a few minutes, you see these mushroom colonies kind of growing up and just taking over the body in the immediate vicinity. And I think that is a good time to end it for tonight. It's a good place for us to pick up with you guys all being in a group and spending the day trying to find a place to rest, I guess.
Or figure out how to communicate with each other.
I mean, usually helpful. Usually. But thank you everyone for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to all of the players for being here and loving the role play and the characters development so far.
Thank you, Josh, for not killing us already.
I was
Not even
firmly
any combat.
I was
Not any
firmly
combat.
expecting a session 1 Vampire Lord TPK, but
I was scared when that.
When you guys think you're fighting a vampire, I mean, it is what it is.
With the,
because of all the clues you
because of all the vampires that are here.
What's the beholder that sucks blood?
There is that one. But no,
Vampiric beholder.
thank you guys, everyone, for being here. You guys you guys make this possible. Don't forget to head over, check out Dice Tower Dungeons.
.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
Show that
Definitely.
fairy dungeon again, or tower.
Yeah.
Fairy dungeon.
Rainbow.
So cool.
Touch the rainbow.
I just like that there's mushrooms on it.
Move it to put it in
There
front of
are
your face.
mushrooms.
There you go.
In front of your face.
Well,
because
she's
of the
yeah.
camera.
Yeah, I know.
Link is in the chat. Go check them out. They have amazing stuff.
In bio.
If you want to check out, meet up with anybody or talk to us, don't forget to join the Discord. That link is down below, and everyone's socials that had their socials up is in the About Us section, so stop and check that out. But thank you guys all so much for being here. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you on Sunday. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Stay unbotched.